Hey, I guess we are live now. This is what maybe my third live here. Always make me nervous to do these lives here. Will anybody show up? Is there anybody here? I guess there's a couple people online here right now. Oh, how do you do this, guys, all the time? I guess you have a good following and folks just know when to show up. Real quick, I want to thank Lee for helping me here. Uh, any of you folks, Charlie, Bob, that have put these things together, that have done these lives, know how hard this is. I've done a couple lives by myself. Uh, there's a lot that goes into doing a live. It's totally possible to do a live by yourself. The functionality is all there. Having someone like Lee working the controls, night and day, night and day. It makes all the difference in the world. I want to thank Lee a lot for doing that. Um, Real quick, let me bring something up here. Up. Yeah, it's not presenting, Lee. There it is. Happy Groundhog Day, everybody. I guess the groundhog saw its shadow. Surprise, surprise, surprise. As it almost always does. 6 more weeks of winter. I say 6 more plus weeks of winter. So, um, anyway, a little fun. I love that movie. Uh, hey, everyone. Thanks for joining in. Hey, Lee, can you join me here?
Hey,
Hey,
Tim, how you doing today?
hey, just as I was saying, I want to thank you for helping out here.
Oh,
What you do
anytime, ain't
is
no
nothing
problem.
short of a miracle here. All your little toys and gadgets there.
Gotta have something to play with. Love the electronics.
How many different shows have you controlled?
Pretty much mine and Bob's every week. He does a lot of stuff on there, but I do a lot of the background stuff, pulling stuff up while they talking. Help Charlie out on Fridays with his lives, and then I moderate on Wednesdays and Thursdays on a couple lives.
I was surprised how much went into how much information you needed to put together, I mean, to make this really look professional. The opening, it really there was a lot. You have spent some time doing this.
Yeah,
You can tell you've done this once or twice.
a few times. I think, well, every week for almost a year now. And then when we first started, me and Bob, I mean, it was 4 or 5, 6 times a week we were doing these lives.
Four or
So
five,
I've
six
got a little
times.
practice.
I guess so.
I still don't do a lot of talking. But that's Bob's side. He's good for that.
Well, I want to have you do a little bit of talking here.
Uh-oh.
The I had seen your hive, the rescue you did for the gentleman that had passed away. How are those two hives doing? Yeah, two hives, correct?
I ended up getting three. The
Three.
first weekend I went, they had two of them that I got out of there. A couple of other, well, they had five total. And out of those five hives, I found two of them that was living. So I brought them home, and they had one that had like a briar patch grown up all over it. I'm thinking, nah, I don't see nothing flying in out the front. I'm not going to dig through the briars to get that out. Be darned. The old lady didn't call me a couple days later and send me a video, and they had a ton of bees flying in and out. I'm thinking, okay, maybe a swarm moved in. So I went over there a couple days later, told her I'd come pick it up. It was more than a swarm. They had been there. They were just kind of, I guess, in the torpor state, because whenever I tried to move that box, it felt every bit of 90 pounds. It was full of bees and honey.
So I noticed you treated each of the boxes before you even thought about moving the. That's a smart idea.
Yeah.
Treating.
Well, whenever I seen at first two out of the five were living, my first thought, I'm thinking, okay, maybe they got mites. A couple of them died out. But even if they didn't, I still wanted to treat just to make sure that when I brought it home to my home yard here, that I didn't get no cross infection if some bees flew in the wrong hive.
Now, did you set these up in a separate yard?
No, I just set them up in my home yard with some of the other bees. Now, I have 4 different locations, but I'm about to shut down one of them, and I'm bringing it home to my home yard, so I only have 3 locations.
Okay.
By
Well, that's
trade,
cool.
I'm
So
a crane
someone called
operator.
you. I assume that someone needed you to come pick up some bees.
Yeah, the local commercial apiary is the one that actually called me. The older lady, she had called around and found the commercial apiary, and she called them, and they said they would forward the information on. So they called me and asked me if I was interested in go picking them up. I said I can be over there tomorrow. So I called her. We got everything set up, and I went and got them.
That's kind of cool. So let's get back to the doing these lives. For those that are interested in doing live broadcast, thinking about it or wondering what's happening, kind of show us, give us a kind of a walkthrough what happens behind the scene uh, on one of these lives.
You could go anywhere from just a single little laptop doing a live with a built-in webcam, or you can buy an extra webcam put in for a little bit better quality than your built-in one. And I mean, like I said, you can start out with just a laptop by itself or a desktop. Now, if you want to run different monitors and you're trying to do you live on one screen and pull up websites on another to share and this and that, then you start getting into the multiple monitor stage, and then you start looking at stuff like this. I'm running 3 32-inch monitors, soundboards, Stream Deck, and I've got 5 different camera angles I can pull in. But I mean, that's kind of on the high end. Do you need that? No, you don't need it. I enjoy toys. So I have a tendency to go overboard on things that I like to do. Let's see, we got Ricky down here in the comments. Yeah, Ricky, you know me. I sent you that link for a little laptop the other day.
So it's all about the toys then. So you don't need any of that stuff to go live, like I was saying earlier. Just a laptop and the YouTube software
Yep.
at the bare minimum.
Yeah, you can do it straight through YouTube Studio if you want to just do a live by yourself. And you can talk to people. You can do a live out in your yard from your phone with YouTube. And if you want to start getting a little bigger and start bringing guests in, I recommend using StreamYard. You can get a free edition of it and use it, or you can pay $25 a month and you take their little logo off. You can put your logo up, different backgrounds. And when I first got started in it, I'd actually text or emailed Brian Coper at Castle Hives to find out what software he was using. He told me StreamYard. So I downloaded that, started playing with it, figuring it out. And then that's when I met Bob online. He was doing a live, and I went into his live, and we got to talking, done a few of them, and then we started just doing them together. And it's been almost a year.
That's cool. Okay. I appreciate letting folks know a little bit more about what's happening on the back end of these lives. Now let's talk a little bees.
They are little,
Yeah, they are
but
they're
they pack a
little.
punch when they get you too, because they'll
Now
swell your eyes shut.
you've done bees for a few years.
This is going to
I've done bees for
be
a couple years.
trying to think. I think this will be my 4th season. I
Okay,
started in 2020.
this will be my third season. Um, what are you doing different this year than you did previous?
Trying to
Any?
keep as many as I can local here at the house rather than having to go to multiple yards. Even though I don't have a whole lot in other yards. I only got like 30 hives total at the end of last year in 4 locations. But part of the reason I did that, I wanted to secure those locations before somebody else got them. And say I got 7 hives at one place. Well, I mean, no, that ain't a whole lot to have another location. But if I can secure that location and then slowly add more hives to it, then I can build up better. But this year, I definitely need to stay up on my varroa mite treatments. Last year I was a little bit slacking. I got on turnarounds. By trade, I'm a crane operator. So they had me on turnaround and I wasn't able to get out and do stuff on a timely manner that I needed to. And
Now,
what
are
one
your
thing,
bees from swarms?
I got a
Or do
couple
you
swarms.
okay.
I've got a few swarms, but the majority of them, I would say, starting out, I bought.
Okay.
I bought 5 frame nukes, and then I made splits.
Okay. So you started how many hives did you start with?
Started with one. I bought it from a
Just
guy
one.
that had called a swarm. I bought it from him pretty cheap and traded a chicken for it. Got me set up, and I was kind of hooked. So I went from one, and then that was at the end of July of 2020. It's kind of late season here, but I had that one. I overwintered it, and come next spring, I bought 8 nukes to go with it. So I had 9 starting in my first true year. And then the following year, I bought 8 more nukes and just done splits from there.
Okay, yeah, cool. Um, I've been experimenting a lot over the first couple years. I've done. I mean, I appreciate the folks like Randy Oliver and those kind of people. They've kind of paved the road for us. They've told us, they've taught us a lot. I'm not a person that likes to say, okay, this is what I'm told works and move forward with it.
Hmm.
It's not that simple for
Nah,
me. My brain
especially
doesn't
with
my
it
brain
being a
doesn't work that
location.
way.
Yeah. Like you say, you could watch one person, they say, hey, this is how it works. It might work in that location for them, but it may not work in another. But if you're in the same location, but even though they say and do something, it may work for you. You just have to adjust your time for what location you're in.
I do plan on doing less experimenting this year. Emphasis on the less.
Didn't say
Um,
none.
but to me, it's learning. It's how I learn by pushing the boundaries. Um, Last year, one of the things I wanted to do is see how far I could push the bees in a dearth without feeding them. I wanted to find out what would happen. I mean, everyone says you had to feed, this and this would happen. I had to find out for myself. I wanted to see how far I could push my bees and exactly what would happen. So in the future, when dearths happen, I know exactly at what stage I need to feed, and if I don't, exactly what the repercussions of doing this or not doing that will be. Instead of just reading it in a book, I can say firsthand, this is what occurs if I do this or if I don't do that.
Yeah.
Um,
Whether it works
if I
for you
split
or
too
don't
early,
work.
if I split too early, like last year, I know
Mm.
exactly what's going to happen. Like I say, a lot of these things are common sense, and I call this common sense beekeeping. It is true, but they're things that I need to see. I need to get my hands in there and experiment with and find out for myself because bees, from what I have learned, don't read. Well, everybody says that they don't read books, and then that's you can't say it enough because uh, they don't always follow the rules, and you do things that you're not supposed to do, and the bees say, "I don't care."
Mhm.
Um, doesn't
Yep.
matter to me.
And if you mess
So
up
so
too
you got
bad,
to know
they'll
how
let you
far
know.
to push them.
Yeah. They'll let you know when you push too far or you do something wrong. And sometimes you find
Exactly.
out the hard way.
The times of years when the bees get really feisty. I've learned there's times of year that I won't be digging in my hives without my veil and gloves. Other times of year, I don't have a problem doing so.
Yeah.
The bees are very gentle.
I find
This is
as long as they bring in nectar in and they're
Yeah,
preoccupied, I can go out there with no veil or nothing on.
yes.
Right now, if I went out there, I'm going to be suited up.
My first season, no one told me anything about a dearth, and so I was used to the spring when the bees are just as gentle as kittens. And then dearth hit, and I thought I could go out there in my shorts and no veil and play with the bees.
They played
We all
back.
know what happens then.
Did you get it on video?
I did not that first season. I was not videoing the first season, but it probably would have been a comedy. Um, yeah, it wasn't pretty,
Yeah, that would have been a viral one for you.
but you learn. You learn in beekeeping. You learn by making mistakes. Like I say, I plan on making doing less experimenting this year. There's a few things I want to try yet. I'm going to try a few things, but I think overall I'm going to go for honey and bee production this year. I'm going to take half my hives and go for honey, and the other half go for bee production with those. That's at least my goal at this point.
That'd keep you good
Until
for
we get
honey
into
this
spring
year.
and find out what comes out of spring,
Yeah.
it's hard to say for sure what your plans are.
You can always plan, but a lot of times them bees are going to change your mind with what they need.
Oh, absolutely,
And you
yes.
talking about learning this and learning that. The way I look at it, I don't care if you've been doing it 1 year or 30 years, you can keep on learning stuff from a newbie or from an older one. And whenever you stop learning, that's when you stop having fun. To me, that's part of the fun of bees, just learning different things that they do or that you can do. Oh, we had somebody down there and they disappeared.
Yeah, we had someone in the room. They went away. Well, I guess they'll come back.
Oh, yeah.
Uh, yes. Any questions out there? Um,
So, how many hives are you up to right now?
I am down to 4.
Okay.
Due to my experiment.
Well,
I had a
you
lot of.
learned though. You learned what
I
not
had
to do next year.
late season. I had a lot of robbing, and it caught me unawares. I was quite happy because I really wasn't having any robbing problems last summer at all, and I was quite proud of that. That there was no robbing at all, and then before I knew it, not only was there robbing, but they had just tore apart several of my hives. I mean, just that fast. Um, it happens, and then the small hive beetles got in there afterwards. So I ended up merging several of my hives, and I ended up down to 4 hives. I wanted 4 strong hives for the for winter, so I ended up merging hives uh, right before. Well, I'd say before winter, in the fall. I merged them. What was left of the hives, but yeah, my experiments. Some succeeded. Not all experiments were bad this year. Some of them, like I say, cost me a few bees, and I don't get upset about it.
Mhm.
I'm not one that really gets upset because I know what the cost of an experiment is. I know that the possibility is that I could lose bees. I'm not happy about losing bees, but I don't really get upset about it either. I
Yeah.
just make a mental note not to do it again and move on.
I mean, to me, that's part of beekeeping. Sometimes it don't matter how much you do, you're still going to lose a hive, whether it's to varroa mites, small hive beetles, or they just decide to abscond on you. Something's wrong.
Yeah. Like I say, there were probably at least one, and then the other problem I had was late season swarms. I had them swarming in August, and I think I had maybe 2 of them in September even. I really was not ready for that because I wasn't looking for them that late. In the spring and early summer, you're looking for swarm cells all the time,
Mhm.
and I just was not looking for those swarm cells end of August into September, and they just, I mean, a couple of these hives, I know they must have swarmed within a month at least 3 or 4 times.
Dang.
Every time I turned around, there was a new queen in there.
I'd say they must
Uh,
have multiple queen cells hatching out over
yeah,
time.
well hidden. And that didn't, like I said, that weakens a hive. Every time there's a swarm, the hive gets weaker and weaker. And again, this is one of the reasons, besides the robbing. Well, that helped the robbing too. The weaker hives helped the robbing. So again, I merged hives. These hives that had swarmed a lot, the hives that had uh, been robbed, and there was at least one absconded that had absconded. But we'll have to pay more attention next year. Like I say, it just they caught me by surprise on a couple of these things.
Yeah. I
But
think that one
you
thing
learn.
I think one thing that's gonna help me out this year as far as even if I do hit a turnaround and I have trouble trying to get out to all the different bees and everything, because 'cause I'll have 3 yards this year. To try to get out to them and do my OA treatments, I was having to drive the vehicle out up pretty close as I could, even if it was muddy. I had to stretch out extension cords, hook up inverters, hook up my OA vape and all that. Well, this year I got the Insta vape,
Yep,
the battery.
that's what I've got right here is the
Yeah.
Insta app.
It made thing the first time I went out there and used it, I'm like, why didn't I already have this? I mean, there's no cords, there's no inverters, nothing. You can just walk out, press the button, and you're done.
Tell you what, something I had heard you got is you have one of those fancy dancy horizontal hives.
Yeah, some guy built me one, and we got to talking, and he actually even brought it down here to me.
He did he?
Yeah,
I wonder if he's around here somewhere.
I don't know. Let's see who we can find here.
Hey there, Ricky.
What's
Hey,
up,
Ricky,
guys?
how you doing?
Hey, what's new in your world?
Just busy, building hives and waiting for spring to get here.
Wait for when does spring get there in your neighborhood?
It's usually late March, 1st of April.
Okay, so you built Leah hive there. I take it.
What's that?
You built Leah hive.
Yeah. We talked to Lee, and he said he'd like to have a queen horizontal hive where he could really play with it and do some adjustments with it, and so we built him one, and we got some family in Texas, and he was nice enough to let it come by and drop it off. I got to meet Lee, and we've become very good friends since then.
And he's still trying to steal Renee's dog.
Yeah.
Now, the hive that he built, though, the thing I like about it, basically, you can use it as one long horizontal hive. You can break it down to 3 10-frame hives, 6 5-frame nukes, or you can break it all the way down to 12 2-frame mate nukes.
Yep.
It has
So what does
12
it have? A bunch of components that you
just
swap out?
basically like a follower board almost. You
Yeah.
just drop them in, move them
Some
around.
divider boards.
It's got 12 separate entrances across the front.
12.
Yeah, they're alternated kind of up and down.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
we horizontal hives is not really made for commercial guys. They're really made for backyard beekeepers, and we was trying to figure out something that we could get the commercial guys maybe to buy, and we come up with this ideal of this queen hive that we could make all these queens and nukes, and it's been a pretty good seller, especially at the Hive Life Conference when we was there. It's a big seller.
So how long have you been building these type of hives?
We've been building them. I built my first one 5 years ago. My first hive was a horizontal hive, but we've been selling them for about, I think, 3 years now. We kind of started with Cayman, and we didn't expect to sell some. We just wanted to show them, and it's been on since then. And it's a good hobby to have, to build hives for people. I enjoy talking to people, and we people come up with different ideals on these hives, so that gives us a chance to grow our hives that we're building.
So you're in quite demand. I mean, I see you everywhere now on Facebook. hive life everywhere. How do you have time for all these hives?
I tell you what, Tim, my time is getting eat up right now with my family life. We have a farm. We're a little bit like Greg Burns when it comes to farm life and the family life. And you know, we were doing cutouts. I haven't posted none of those videos. We did 6 cutouts last year. You know, we're mentoring probably about 20 people next year, helping them with hives. We'll put hives on their properties. That's something we're doing, and then running our own hives and horizontal bee business on the side. So, man, we are packed right now.
I've got to ask. You know, everyone's got the traditional Langstroth hives, or not everyone, but that's what everyone thinks of when they get hives. What made you think to go to the horizontal hive?
Well, my grandfathers, they both had top bar hives,
Okay.
and so that kind of got me started thinking. Then I'm a big fan of Randy McCaffrey. Watching his cutouts, that's what got me started in beekeeping was him. And 1 second. And so I noticed that the bees, they like to go horizontal also. I'm like, man, I don't want to pick these boxes up. You know, I've got a bad back. And so I'm going to build them horizontally, and just went down that rabbit hole and didn't expect to go that way, but that's what we did.
Okay. That's cool. And do you get much honey from a horizontal hive versus the Langstroth hive?
You know,
Langstroth?
it's all about the maintenance of the hive. You know, I think Cayman got 100 pounds out of his horizontal hive. I've never got that much out of one of my hives. I mean, that man knows how to manipulate his bees. He really does. Probably about 60 to 50 pounds is what I'm getting out of my hives. But even then, the frames they got this huge, you know, honey crop across it. Then they've got the pollen, and then you got your brood. So it makes it really easy to make splits with it, and you're losing honey because normally in a vertical hive, you know, the bottom's basically all brood, and they're pushing all the honey up. So then you're taking almost all your honey off during your spring flow. So there's a lot of honey left in those frames in a horizontal hive versus a vertical hive.
Okay, so they don't you I guess what I hear you saying is they don't store the honey in the same way. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, usually, you know, with my hives, around the entrance is usually where the brood's at, and as they fill out, either on the right and left, they're putting honey on the right and left of that area. But that queen, man, she gets started in there. If you don't put a queen excluder in there, she can put. I've seen as many as 24 frames that she's got brood all the way across through those frames. And man, you talk about a big hive. My first year with my horizontal hive, I actually got them to fill out 32 frames, and then I put a middle super in the middle, and then I actually put a deep super. Then I put a medium super on top of that, and they started filling that medium super up my first year. That was the biggest flow that I've ever gotten with my horizontal hives.
So you put a honey super on top of the horizontal hive then?
I
When
did
you
I
put a
did
honey.
that one because this hive was in a building. It was my first one,
Yeah.
and it's kind of about 15 feet up in the air. So this hive allowed me to put that centerpiece in, and that's what I come up with the concept of the super horizontal hive.
Okay, yeah, I see you have a wide variety of styles. I mean, you have a lot of different style of horizontal hives. Where do you get all of your ideals for these?
Well, most of them are mine, but here lately, most of the horizontal hive have come from my customers, the adjustments they're making to the hives. And it's pushing me to think outside the box. For instance, Justin Ruger wanted one that would rotate because he's disability, and we did that hive for him. So see, that pushed me to invent something that I never thought about doing. So my customers are pushing me to make new stuff right now.
That was an impressive hive. That
I
that was
appreciate it.
impressive. Yes. If those have not, I think most folks have seen that. If not, you need to take a look at that hive. The one behind me is not one of his hives, by the way. My son built that for Christmas.
Awesome.
I had gone to Hive Life. I had fully intended to buy one of Ricky's highs. Just a few days before that, for Christmas, my son had presented me with this hive here.
It's awesome.
So I did not purchase one. Otherwise, I would have. So we're going to try this out for the first time this year. This is my first time using something like this. What advice would you give me for implementing this thing the first time?
Well, you know, just using those divider boards is really important, and allowing them to grow. So that'll be your biggest thing, is just making sure you're moving your divider boards. If you don't move them soon enough, they're going to swarm. I do, excuse me, I do believe the horizontal hives do tend to swarm a little bit better, because I just think they build up so strong. They've got all that nutrients, all that pollen in there, and they will tend to swarm on you quite a bit faster than the vertical hives.
It's
You got to keep up with that divider board then.
Yeah.
To me, it's like starting with a 5-frame nuke versus
Exactly.
a 10-frame. If you throw a little package of bees in a 10-frame hive, they're not going to build up very fast because they got too much room to have to control.
Exactly.
You put them in a 5-frame or a horizontal, and you move that board as they grow, they draw them frames out faster.
Yep.
So you're forcing them to the small space, so they're always in a confined.
Yeah. Yeah, and that I mean, that's true. You know, with a vertical hive, if you think about it, you know, you want them to pretty much fill that 10-frame box up right about 80% before you put your next box on. You know, so I think that's the key in making them grow quickly, is don't give them too much space, but give them enough space. So is that a lance hive, or is that a regular deep long laying hive?
Long.
It's a long laying. Okay.
Yeah. Fit my regular frames in there.
Good.
Yeah.
I think you'll enjoy it, and you're going to see some differences with it, and you're going to see some things that are just the same. You know, your OA treatments can be the same. You use the instant vape, or Rob's vape. You know, just put a hole in the side and find out where that brood's at, put your hole in it, and do your treatment. So they're a lot of fun. My biggest problem with mine is I'm a little bit like, I think what you talked about before, Tim, is I'm getting into doing splits and making queens. You know, it's been our fifth year, and I'm bad to rob from my horizontal hives because they're just so easy to get into and rob from.
That's why I went with the dials on these things. I'm hoping that they're going to be easier to close up on these guys. That's at least that was my thought on those. I know you have a lot of different styles of entrances on your hives. Is there any that you prefer?
You know, I was really big on that super horizontal hive that, I don't know if you posted that or Lee posted that just a few minutes ago. That was one of my favorite hives to play with and work my bees in. But the hive that we're making for Greg Burns right now, his Lighthouse hive, it's got to where you can do about 20 frames for one big hive, and then you got 4 chambers that you can do 3 frames in each of those 4 chambers, and you can make queens in those chambers. So it gives you a little bit more playing, and I'm into that mode of playing with my bees, wanting to make queens and nukes.
So you find you've talked about this a couple of times. So do you find making queens easier in this style of a hive?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's way easier because you're not having to, if it's during the spring flow and you've got 4 boxes built up there and you're trying to get back down to get some brood for splits and stuff, it's, that's a lot of tearing apart. With the horizontal, it's just all right there. And you say, okay, the honey's over here and my brood's over here, and give me a couple frames, and so easy to do.
Okay. Lee, if you get a chance, could you post his URL for his website?
Yeah, I just dropped that in
I think
there.
most people have had that or know where to find him, but
I just posted it in there. It's under your name through StreamYard, but it's horizontalbees.com.
Okay. So I take it this isn't a full-time job for you.
It's about to be.
It's about to be.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
we
Or not.
after Hive Life, orders have just gotten crazy. I work for GE Aviation. We make airplane engines, and we
We know
made
that well
this.
here in Cincinnati.
Yeah, yep, that's right. And so we were before we went to Hive Life. Me and my wife talked about if it was a good conference, we would build us a 50 by 50 building, 2 stories, and get the building built. And maybe next year that will be a full-time job for me.
How far are your orders backed up currently?
We're pushed out till about April right now, middle of April.
It's not altogether a bad problem to have.
No, it's not. But to get everything together in one spot to build them and bring the prices down on these hives, so I can give customers a better price for a hive. That's my goal, because I want everybody to try one. I mean, you could try an Apiame hive, or try a horizontal hive, or try something different, and see if you enjoy it. You never know, that might be easier for you.
And how is the cost of lumber doing these days?
It's starting to come down finally. We're starting to move into some sawmill lumber. My biggest problem with those guys is just getting the material.
You're not having a problem with hardware or anything with all this supply chain stuff that we hear
I had
about?
some huge problems right before Hive Life, and some of my latches that I use that holds the covers up, I actually couldn't get those, and I was looking at paying almost, I think it was $1,600 to get them direct shipped from China to the USA. And I didn't know what I was going to do, because I had promised all these hives to people that we were selling, and we didn't get all of Greg Burns' hives made that we were supposed to make for him, and so I was biting my nails, and they actually came in, and we fulfilled our orders.
That's good. That's good. You're in North Carolina, correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay. What part of the state?
We're in the mountains of North Carolina, in the Creston area.
Okay. So what about you, Lee? You gonna change all your hives to horizontal?
I don't know if I'm going to do all of them, but I'm probably wanting at least one more. I'm probably going to do one more. I don't know if it'll be this year or next year.
I'm on a live stream.
I'm trying to get everything moved over, like I said, from my number 3 yard back to the home yard and get everything situated. But yeah, I would definitely like to have another one, because my main thing, I'm wanting to use it for the 5-frame nukes, but use them for queen breeding. Over each entrance, I'm going to put a different shape, square, circle, whatever, in different colors. That way it kind of helps the queen find her way back to the right hole and not go in and be killed.
Now, do either of you use the neon or colors, or just regular paint?
I've just been using regular paint markers.
Okay. I've just heard where neon colors, the bees see them.
Okay. I might have to look into that and maybe give it a try.
I'm going to try this one out this year, and we'll see how it goes. And it's got to be easier on the back. You were talking about having some back problems there.
Yeah, I know I have them. I have scoliosis, so my spine's pretty curved.
So that's what I think about these hives. They're not for big commercial guys that want 30 or 40 hives. These hives are for backyard guys that want a couple of hives, and or older people, or women that maybe picking those boxes up ain't quite as easy for them. So there's places that these hives work really well. Now, do I have all horizontal hives? I don't. I'd say I think I got about 10 horizontal hives, and I've got 7 vertical hives. So, and then with our fostering that we're going to be doing, those will all be vertical hives. So, there's a time and a place that a horizontal works very well.
Okay. What I'm sorry. Got distracted over here. Sorry about that. Um, do you find any different on treatment for mites on these? You mentioned just drilling a hole, so same as of a vertical hive on these.
Yeah. Yeah. The strips, you can just put them in, and if you're using thymol, you can put a piece of paper down and just break the thymol out in that piece of paper. OA treatment, I do try to locate that brood nest to make sure it gets a really good hammer down of OA treatment. I'll even push the divider board over and make sure that it's really tight. I might move, some frames over that are empty or not being used, put that divider board in and shrink that down as tight as I can get it so that treatment gets a good treatment.
That's how I was treating mine. I would just make sure whichever compartment, because like I said, I got it broke down to 6 5-frame nukes right now. So I would just make sure how packed it was, how much OA I needed to treat with. And then I would put my vaporizer straight into the front entrance, blow it in, and then I would stuff a rag in and go down the line. And I try to leave that rag in for at least 5 minutes, preferably closer to 10. Pop it out, and they were good, flying back in and out.
So Ricky, how are you dividing up your time between right now? You're obviously working. You say you're farming, you're building boxes, you're maintaining bees. How are you splitting all your time? Of course, family then too as well.
Right. Well, if it wasn't for my family, my wife helping me out, she's really gotten big into the beekeeping and helping me out on the farm. She does a lot of beekeeping here on the farm for us, and she maintains the animals for us. And um, with without her, I don't know if I could make it. And then my uncle, he's one of my guys that helped build the horizontal hives, and he's a perfectionist. I mean, he's looking at a 30-second being off. He can't stand it. So that's the kind of guy you want building these hives. So and so my dad helps me out some also, and they're both retired, and I'm kind of make them work a little bit, but only make them work on the days that it's raining outside, so they get plenty of time off.
Only the days that end in Y. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, like I said, we've got to make some changes here on the farm, and we've got to grow, and so we can push costs down and help more beekeepers out to get into these hives.
The way I see things growing for you, I'm just wondering if that 50 by 50 is going to be big enough.
Well,
may have to be adding on to that next year.
Well, I think Bob Benny mentioned something about making it, where you can put sides sheds on it if you needed to. Mm-hmm. So he talked about that a little bit about his build when he built his honey building. So we may have to do something down the road.
Yeah.
So do you deliver all of the hives, or I guess there's no way to really ship these things?
Yeah, we ship them through ship liners. But if we got several hives going a certain direction, I do like to meet people, and I can cut their costs down, and my family gets a vacation out of it. We don't make a lot of.
Do you ship unassembled, or everything you do is assembled?
Everything's assembled, but the legs are off of it, and the bee porches are inside the hive. So yeah, we've shipped them all the way up into Canada. We've shipped them to California, to Pennsylvania. I mean, Florida and Texas is our biggest buyers of our hives. So we got a Texas trip planned coming up that we're going to drive down and see my wife's family, maybe see Lee again, and we're going to be up in Ohio probably coming up. We got several hives going up that way that we'll be dropping off, and maybe we'll get to see Greg Burns up that way if he'll let us come by and see him and his family. So we like to travel and see things, and it's a business, but we got to enjoy it. You know what I'm saying?
It looks like you get a few little perks there with all the traveling there.
Yeah.
Guess that's a good side of the business there.
Yeah.
So what do you have new this year other than the business expanding? What do you have new as far as bees this year?
Well, we're looking at maybe getting a breeder queen and maybe doing some of that. So that would be something different for us. And doing some grafting, that's something I don't do. Normally, if I want queen cells, I just take a queen out of my horizontal hive and let them make the cells, and then pick the frames that have a good cell on it, and and let them make a queen. So that's how I make my queens. But with this breeder queen, really want to do some grafting and sell some queens.
That's cool. I haven't got into the queen stuff yet. Haven't, other than the walkaway queens. This year, I'm purchasing. I had mentioned earlier that I made mistakes with early splits. I have sassafras bees,
Okay.
and so they're an early bee. They're an
Mhm.
early spring bee. They want to swarm early. The problem is there's nothing to mate with
Right.
early. I mean, I have a ton of drones, but they don't mate with their own drones.
Uh-huh.
So that doesn't do me any good. So this year I'm buying a bunch of queens in April because I know they'll be ready to swarm. They'll be ready to split in April.
Right.
So I'm bringing in queens. So that's one of the things I'm doing different this year.
Right.
So I'll be able to have those splits. And last year it was kind of a waste because they couldn't make queens that early.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope to get a few queens off of Greg Burns, because I was down at Bruce's place and seen some of his Pepto queens down there that Bruce has, and it was amazing the demeanor of Greg's queens and hives versus stuff that Bruce had, because them things wanted to tear you up.
I keep hearing about these. I don't know if I ever want to see Bruce's.
Yeah, I say
Yeah.
he had some rough ones, but since he got the Pepto queens, they are calming down pretty good.
Yeah, they're quite calm. So, well, guys, I hate to do this, but my family's here, so I'm gonna jump off.
Hey, family's important there.
Yeah,
I appreciate you joining us, Ricky.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in here.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and thanks to all your viewers that support the beekeepers and these live chats. Without these guys, we just be just a bunch of old hillbillies raising bees. So at least we get to talk to people about it. So we appreciate y'all.
You have a great evening.
Tell Miss Ruth and Amber said, hey.
Yeah.
Well, Lee, you know what? I believe we were going to do some giveaways tonight. I reached 500 subscribers, and it's actually kept climbing. So I'm going to go ahead and do a giveaway for 600 subscribers too, since we're nearly there. So we're actually going to do 2 drawings today for both 500 and 600 subscribers. So we're going to do 2 giveaways here. Let me get this up here. Let me find it here. Oops. If I brought it up. Okay.
You ready to bring that on screen?
Yeah. Okay. We're going to have 2 drawings here. And go ahead and do that there. The first, the winner will get their pick of the hive tool and also a packet of biocontrol, the Apis Biologic Biocontrol with that. And then the second winner will get the pick of the other 2. Now, these are prototypes that I am working on. So they are not perfect by any means. Like I say, they are just prototypes that I'm working on. So I am giving away 1 prototype and a biocontrol times 2 here. So let's
Ready for me to bring that tool up?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see. We're gonna do hashtag hive tool if you're interested in one of those hive tools here. Go ahead if you're interested in one of those hive tools.
See, Bob's first one jumped in there. Old Bob Walker. We got Soaps and Suds, Robert Souther, Mark.
Well, we've got a couple minutes. I want to wish a couple happy birthdays. My brother-in-law Mike, happy birthday. My older sister Robin, she won't be watching, but happy birthday anyhow, Robin. A lot of birthdays today. Groundhog Day. We got 15.
Yeah, we up to 15 now.
We don't have much more than that watching here, I don't believe.
22 on watching right at the moment. Hey, Daisy, if you just jumped in, do that hashtag hive tool. There he goes. He got it in there.
Can you pop those hive tools back up there real quick, or let me do that? Yeah. Get a selection here. Okay. Go ahead and I think we've got everybody.
We got 16 in there, so just let me know when you
Go ahead and spin that wheel.
All right, 17. Here we go.
Hey,
The net.
Okay. If you could pop those hive tools back up there. Okay, if you could let me know, or just you type in there which one of those hive tools you want, then we can spin the wheel again.
Do you want to put in there left, center, or right?
Yeah. Right, left, center. Yeah.
I'll be here.
If you want to go ahead and enter there which one you wanted there. Okay, the right flag one. Okay. So the right flag one has been won. So we've got now one more drawing for the left two here, plus a bag of biocontrol. So let's spin one more time. Or do we want to do another hashtag? Do we want to?
That's up to you.
Last chance to anybody wants to put hashtag hive tool that hasn't done it already. Give about 30 seconds here. We're going to spin it again. Let me write that.
Nah, Frank, that my wife, she left a while ago going to my sister's. That was my daughter that time. She stopped by, dropped the truck back off. She had to go move some stuff.
Okay, let's go ahead and spin that wheel again.
Son of one, Ed.
Write that down.
Bring them back up. Ed, do you want the one in the center or the one on the left? It'll take them a second because it's usually about a 10-second delay.
Yeah, it's a little bit of delay here.
Son of one wants the one on the left. What kind of design do you call that one?
Just some scroll work.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Some of it kind of remind me of like paisley.
Yeah, I do a lot of guns and so forth, so it's a type of work I would do on that. We're gonna do it on a hive tool. Okay. If you could send me your contact information, you could, Lee, could you put my email address there?
Sure can. Let me pull it back up. don't have that one programmed in my Stream Deck yet.
Okay. That's fine. When Lee posts that, if you could send me the 2 winners, if you could send me your mailing address, I will get those out to you.
I'm dropping Tim's email in the comments there. Mr. Ned and Ed, y'all email him the information.
Yes. Get that. Also, I do have the pollen sub here. If anyone's interested, the 40-pound boxes, selling it. I'm going to sell it just because I'm a nice guy for $130 for 140 pounds. That's a real cheap price. It does have the Apis Biologics in it. If anyone wants less than that, contact me. I don't have a website up for these because I've already sold some. I don't have a lot left, but I do have a couple 40-pound boxes left. If someone's interested in the pollen sub, 15% pollen with the Apis in it, let me know also. Same email address, and we can make that happen as well. Plus shipping, of course.
That's a pretty good deal for the 15%.
Yeah, it is. I am keeping that refrigerated at this time, so it's fresh. I don't believe anyone else has the 15% this time. I think Hill, all they bought was the 4%. Is all they have, so they don't have the 15% either. I don't think anyone else has the 15% anymore. If you didn't get it, Hive Life. Okay, so we got that. So what else is new, Lee? Oh, I tell you what. Why don't we just go ahead and drop the link there?
All right, I can do that.
Just see if anyone's interested in joining us tonight.
You got your other YouTube window open on the side?
I do not.
I was about to say, if you do, you can pin that comment to the top if you want. If not, I can just drop it again later.
Yeah, I do not have the. This is the only window I have open.
There's that link in the comments if anybody wants to click it and come in and join.
It is cold here. I don't like this weather. I don't mind the cold so much. It's that it just keeps bouncing back and forth. It's one day it's rainy and sloppy out. And then, thank you, dear.
That's us. I think we was at 75 or 80 the other day, and then it dropped down to 38 at night. And then I think, let's see, we're at 47 right now.
Yeah, I think we're down. We're supposed to be in the teens in the morning.
Then Sunday and Monday, we're going to be back in the upper 70s. Wednesday, going to be almost 80.
I don't mind it being cold. It's just the bouncing back and forth constantly that is the problem. And then we've got next week. It's supposed to be in the 50s and rainy every day. That just plays havoc with a hive. It's just no good at all for a hive. I hear that's the way the rest of the winter is supposed to be. Here is wet and cold. So, cold one day, semi-warm and wet the next day.
Rainy all day here today. It didn't rain hard, but I mean it was a little drizzle pretty much all day. I ended up actually leaving work early. I had to go by the office to update some paperwork to go to a new plant for a couple days next week. They need me to break a big crawler crane down.
Well, no one's going to join us tonight, huh? Come on in. The link's there in the chat.
Early.
Yeah, it's early. If we want to meet Charlie's standards, we're going to be here a few more hours.
Yeah, he done outdone me and Bob.
How long was he on?
6 hours, 2 minutes, and some
That's just
seconds.
that's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Man, he's had a couple of those Canadian beekeepers on there. Really knowledgeable people.
J&D's bees has been below 32. Hold on. Been 32 days below zero.
Zero. Where the heck are you? Oh, no
That's
thanks.
too cold for me.
I
I don't even like 32.
I
for
want
one
it to
day.
stay cold, but not that cold. I don't have enough wood pile for that.
Mm-mm. I got a fireplace, and we actually ain't used it in a couple of years. He said he's in Wyoming.
Whew. You can keep that.
Yeah. The only bad thing with our weather down here fluctuating as bad as it does, we get days in the winter when it's really no nectar or anything coming in that the bees are out flying searching for it. So they burning through stores.
Yeah, again, that's I'm worried, and not only are the bees breaking cluster here constantly, is there, like you say, on those warm days, they're going out there searching for nothing.
Yeah,
and I see a few bees bringing back. I don't know what they're bringing back. They've got pollen on them. It might be junk. I mean, it could be sawdust, as far as I know. But it's they're bringing back something. A few of them are, but like you say, they're burning up a lot of resources.
yeah. The first 2 colonies that I picked up from the older lady that her husband had passed away, they were basically empty on stores. So I gave them a sugar brick to put in there temporarily. But the third one that I brought in, I mean, it was just loaded with bees and honey.
So how long ago had those bees? How long had it been since they had any intention?
The day that I went and picked them up, it had been 1 year and 5 months to the day, she said, since he passed away.
Oh wow! So
Yeah,
they
so
had just. So they were probably just. Like
they
I say,
just
they
been
probably
sitting
had
out there.
swarmed and
Oh, no telling how many times they swarmed. She
repopulated,
said
and
she's had a bunch of them in a tree there that I guess they swarm out and land in a tree, and then they'll take off somewhere else.
really some wild. I'd seen the one you had opened up that were missing a lot of frames and it had a lot of wonky comb.
Yep. I was wanting to go ahead and try to start cutting that out and put on some good frames in, but I said, nah, this time of year, we still kind of fluctuating in temperature. I didn't want to take that chance and messing them up.
So
I
you
just
haven't
gave
done
them a
anything
sugar
with
brick.
that
No.
yet?
Nope. I just put a sugar brick in there, and I figure I'll let them go for a couple more weeks. And once we get some good weather for like 1 full week, I'll put a new cover on and take that telescopic cover off, put a migratory cover on with my hole drilled in it, and put a feeder bucket on, put some frames in there, and let them start taking that sugar water in and draw frames.
Yeah, they're surviving in there right now. I mean, they're doing fine. Leave them till you can manage it properly.
Yep, that's it.
So we have over there. No one wants to join us, huh?
Drop that link one more time just in case. Somebody click on that link and jump on in here. Oh, Bob's still in here somewhere.
Yeah. I'm expecting all of my boxes to arrive here probably in the next week or so.
What kind of boxes you
From
got coming?
Appalachian Ivory.
Oh, the wax tip ones?
Yes, they're supposed to be bringing those our way here soon. So we got somebody trying to pop in down there.
Yeah, we got Frank down here.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening. I'm first time on your laser channel.
Welcome. I
Thank
don't
you.
have these very often. I'm not a regular. This is too much work.
He ain't crazy enough yet to do it weekly. Something got to
Now,
be
Tim,
wrong
wasn't-
with you to keep doing it.
Wasn't this supposed to be just for your kids to watch?
Yeah. Actually, yeah. This man watches too many of my videos.
I got a question for you here, Tim.
I do have. I do. One of my kids is watching right now, actually.
Would that happen to be Chris?
Yes.
He just subbed to my channel. Thank you, there, Chris.
Yeah, he's my. That's my oldest son.
Okay.
How old is your oldest?
I don't know if I should say.
It might give away how old you are. Huh? Mine that just walked in a minute ago, she's about to be 22 in March. Yeah, got another one
Am I
here.
allowed to say, Chris?
Better yet, Frank, why don't we just ask Chris in the comments how old Tim is?
There you go.
Well,
Whole
hey,
call
old,
for
I don't. I'm 64, so
You don't look it.
so.
Yeah, we got Ed down here, son of one. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great tonight.
Hey, Ed, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's been a good day for me. I found out that I have 100 subs now, and now I got a gift for it.
Congratulations. How long have you had your channel?
I've actually had it for about 11 years, but I didn't start doing anything on it till I started doing bees. Yeah, I had like one short on it.
Point.
Yeah, I had one short on it I had done years and years ago. It's still on there, but but I've been started doing lives. My first live by myself was 2 hours long. It wasn't too long. It wasn't a Charlie.
Well, hell hives. You said you just pulled in the driveway. That means you're home. You can get on.
That's right.
I'm surprised Bob didn't jump in.
There, yeah. Chris said he's 40. He
40.
put it down there.
I'm 44, so
Yeah, I've got grandkids, and I've even got a granddaughter.
dang. We only got one grandson so far. He'll be 2 in March also.
I haven't hit the grand level yet. The great grand. I mean, I've got 5 grandkids.
J&D says 52. Years fly when you're having fun.
The years fly no matter what. Man, you know what they say when you get older, time flies faster, and believe me, it does. I mean, it's just unbelievable how fast the days go now.
It is.
I don't get anything done.
Does it fly by faster, or are we just getting senile, not remembering the days before?
I think maybe I'm just slow. I'm just slowing down. And I
Yeah,
don't
I talk to a
know.
lot of retired people, and they say that now they're retired, they're busier than they ever were.
Yeah, I'm retired. Retired.
I'm hoping for it.
I'm busier now than I work harder now than I did when I was working.
Now you gotta have something to keep you busy, keep you going.
I enjoyed working, but I enjoy retirement. I'd like to fully retire. I do the laser engraving now. I probably will retire from that in the next year or two. Retire from that as well.
So who's going to get the laser?
Oh, I'll sell it.
Oh,
About to say, I'm
come
waiting
on.
for Bob to jump in now.
Hey, where's Yappy? Where's Yappy?
Yeah, Yappy.
Where's Yappy at?
For you. So what'd you do before the lasering, Tim?
I worked for Lockheed Martin for a lot of years. The Air Force before that. Then got out and worked for Lockheed Martin, and then various IT firms. Floated around a bit from one to another before jobs were. I was in IT, so before jobs were all outsourced overseas, and hence my retirement.
can't understand what they say, right?
I won't get into that, but that's we had they had built an entire building overseas in a particular country over there, and they told us our jobs were all safe, not to worry about it. They were just going to expand the company over there. And within a year, all of our IT jobs were over there.
Mhm.
So whatever.
My wife was actually teaching some of them people how to talk English very well until they made that illegal for Americans to teach them anymore. So she lost that job too.
So you said IT. This here's what I had built into the wall in my other place that I had. I ain't gonna say I had it built into the wall. I built it into the wall. Like
Yeah,
I
I
said, I
spent
like
10 years. I spent 10 years working for Dell Computers, and they outsourced our job. One day they give you a 10-year watch for working for them 10 years. Hey, thank you. Congratulations. And then the next week you get a pink slip.
Yep.
Yeah,
Same thing.
the company I retired from actually was a medical company, and I had went to HR a couple years ago, a few months before I retired, and I asked them, okay, what does retirement consist of? I didn't know, and I was kind of shocked to find out that the difference between retirement and just walking out the door and quitting was a pat on the back.
And a nice letter, right?
No, I didn't even get the letter. Just a pat on the back. Nice job. I didn't even get a goodbye luncheon. Nothing. Zilch.
Dang.
Just thanks for your service, and that was it. I was kind of disappointed. My whole life, you work your entire life and you expect something for retirement. I mean, I know they don't do the gold watch stuff anymore, but something more than
later.
I was lucky that my grandfather kind of gave me the heads up that that's what happens, because that was like, I don't know, 50 years ago almost. And he worked for Philco in Philadelphia, and that's when we used to have factories. And it was one of the first big factories that they closed up and said, "See you later."
My dad worked for Union Carbide, made ever-ready batteries. And in fact, that's where I worked right out of high school. And I can still remember every time someone retired, we all went to the Central Theater in town, and they had a party. Every time someone retired, they had a doggone party for everybody. And the president of the company was there, and they, shook the guy's hand, and, that's how you retired.
Mhm.
That doesn't happen anymore.
It's
They could
not
care
as
less.
personal as it used to be.
Yeah.
It used to be a camaraderie. Yeah.
How you doing, Frankie?
Here's a B question for you right here, Tim. If I'm not mistaken, I think Larimore, ain't you in South Carolina? So that'd be kind of more towards your way.
Split Monday. I want to split it later. Oh. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I would say, depending on how your weather is, if you still got some cool snaps coming, I would try to hold
Yeah,
off.
his weather is so much different than his weather is probably more akin to yours than mine.
Yeah, I know he's more of Bob's area, South Carolina.
Yeah, but it's still the warmer.
Yeah. I would say if you don't mind putting a medium box on there just to give them a little room to make sure they don't swarm before actually doing the split, because you still may have a cool snap coming. If they do, I mean, and you ain't got enough drones in the air yet, they're not going to breed properly.
Yeah, when do you normally do splits down there? When do they start making drones down there? I mean, because down out here, we don't have drones until probably mid to late April here. So, I mean,
When I checked
So,
one of my hives last weekend, I seen 3 or 4 drones already walking around in the hive. Now I'm still gonna wait till about the middle of February, maybe the 3rd week of February before I even think about doing a split.
I was gonna say, by the time we get going, you guys are in a dearth, and we just starting out in Jersey.
Now it says 10 frames that are pretty strong and 3 frames of brood. How strong of bee coverage do you have also? Like I said, my main thing would be the drone population to make sure if they do draw a queen cell that you're going to have enough drones in there to breed.
What's those 7 frames? Is it honey, pollen, well, you know what is it?
It says the bees are in the box are wall to wall bees.
Sounds safer.
Yeah,
I mean,
a little more safer.
I've got some busy hives too. Again, it depends on when your hives are ready to, like you say, when they have the drones, and I don't know when your climate, when the bees.
I guess it depends on where you're at, because the cutics they start selling queens down there pretty early. So if you're near them, you would be picking up on them, but if you're not near them, you may not see drones till later on.
Norby,
Daisy's saying add a super. Like I said, if you don't have the drone population, I mean that would be the ideal thing that I would probably do. But if you got enough drones, then you got to split.
What about putting it in
March.
one of those double deeks that had the divider right in the middle, and make it into a split? Let one side try and raise one, and just no risk, because you don't have to make the population spread out.
Well, if you got the divider in the middle, then they're still 2 separate colonies, and basically it's a full split then.
Yeah, I don't think he's ready to split yet.
Yeah, you'd still have to have the drones to be able to make the new queen.
Yeah. I didn't know if those 7 frames, if 3 or 4 of them were pollen, you could pull out 1 or 2 of them. He said they're bringing in pollen now. You know, give
and just stash it away for later.
Well, just give the queen, more frames to lay in.
If they're bringing in pollen, it's probably not going to be long before they're wanting to make queens for a split.
I mean, ours are bringing in tons of pollen right now. They actually bringing in some nectar off of the flea bane. I mean, it's not a whole lot, but they are bringing some in. Drop Time said add a box, and then you can do a walkaway split. After they're built up, and then by that time you should have drones.
Laramie, when do you normally get the large population of drones flying down there?
I like that Spanky's idea. Just pull out some of the resources that you can take out, and just give them something to do to delay it.
If they don't need them.
Yeah.
See, that is just so regional. It depends. Yeah.
Do you have any extra drone colony, or do you not have any extra? He says it's his first year.
Okay, he's not sure. Okay, that's fair. That's fair enough. Yeah, we probably need Bob or someone in that area that
for that area. I mean, just my recommendation as of right now, I would say add another box to it.
All right, he says no.
Especially if you have drone comb. If not, I would say add another box, and if you use some migratory lids, put you a feeder bucket on top. And if they taking that sugar water down, that'll help them draw out a little bit.
I think, did he say he didn't have another box, or he had one more box? Yeah, I think he said all he has is a deep.
Let's see.
So he would be adding another box without any drone combs, what it sounds like. So it'd be a whole 10 frame of foundation.
Yeah,
or starter strips or something.
Yeah, if I was doing a whole new box of foundation, I'd definitely put the sugar water feeder on it. Get on start. At least they can put some of that back as feed, and it'll help them brood up more. and then they can be drawing some comb out.
You asking about the Demaray split? I'm guessing there. If that's what you're asking, whenever you do normal splits in your area, is when you do that. When they're trying to, when they're starting to make queen cells, and they're wanting to split, that's the time you'd want to do the Demaray split, whenever that is in your area. For me, that would probably be mid late April where I'm at.
Isn't that just a way to try and slow things down so they don't swarm and keep the population high?
Yeah, it does that, and also can increase your honey flow as well if done properly. Not the way I did it last year.
It's almost like
I
Bob
said
Binney's.
I said when done properly.
It's almost like Bob Binney's double screen board that he puts in, takes out, depending on what you want to do with it later.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever heard of the Taranov split?
The what?
Mm-mm.
It's called a Taranov split.
Tell us about it.
Well, what it is, you have your hive and you're going to split it. You put another hive on the ground in front of it, and you take some of your their stores and put it in there and brood in larvae, and then you put a ramp going from the box on the ground, and you put a sheet over that little ramp, and you shake out all your bees on that sheet. And what happens is all the foragers and stuff fly back to the main hive, and they make it, and you have, like, say you have a queen cell in that hive still, so they go and they continue on with the hive there. What happens is all the ones that don't fly and the queen will walk up that ramp and make themselves a hive in the new hive. So what you're doing is you're actually making the swarm happen under control.
Sounds like a bit of work there. I have seen that done on. I have seen that on video.
Yeah, I thought about trying it this year. What was that?
It's like a filter to get out the workers, I guess.
Yeah, because anything that flies can go right back to. If they know where the hive is at, they'll fly right back to the hive.
See, really, you don't have to worry about finding anything with that method. You don't have to worry about finding the queen or anything, nurse bees or anything. They take care of it all themselves. Is that what you're saying?
That's basically what happens, yeah.
You don't have to buy a queen screen.
How about say, if the original box that you put on the ground, would you leave any queen cells in it if it had any, or would you move them?
No, the only place you'd leave the queen cells would be in the original hive. Because when you're shaking it out, the queen that's in that hive will be in the new hive.
Okay.
Okay, so they'd make their own queen then.
Yeah.
Basically a walkaway split. Just another form of a walkaway split then.
But with a march.
Yeah, basically. Everybody loves a march.
Yeah, it's fun to watch.
Trying to run through the comments.
Right now, my double deep is boiling over right now. No queen cells, but I have drone cells. I have 7 frames of brood. I'm in the lower southeast corner of Alabama in Dothan.
Okay.
He's down there near Bruce's bees.
A lot of southern beekeepers.
I'm 2 miles from Bruce, as a matter of fact. 2 of his yards, right. I'm 2 miles away from.
So you know those mean bees then?
Yeah, I've met a few of them. I've helped them do honey.
Yeah, I think I might be taking a ride over there in the next couple months. bring you something over there, Ed.
I'll be looking for it.
I got a box to load up for you.
Does it go around and around?
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that, Tim. That whenever I got them bees from the guy that had passed away, his wife said they got a box over there. It's a brand new extractor in it, never even been open. I got to look, and the tape ain't even been broke on it.
Hmm.
It's I don't remember if it's 2-frame, 4-frame. I can't remember what it was, but it's I think it's a Harvest Right stainless extractor.
Is that Honey Lane or Harvest Lane or something?
Harvest Lane, I think that's what it was. Anyway, I told Ed I'd bring that one to him.
Now it's free lane.
Yeah.
You got Time is Honey down here.
Free.
There's another southern beekeeper.
Another southern beekeeper.
Time is Honey down. The South is taking over again. Beekeeper.
Miller, how you doing tonight?
Good, man.
We shall ride.
I think you got a loop there, Rich.
Yeah, here we go. How's that, guys? I'm gonna let you
Look
go.
at that fancy microphone.
That's better.
All right, what's up, guys? How we doing tonight, man?
Hanging out.
Y'all bees make it?
Let's see, we got Sebastian in the comments. Beekeeping Gardening. That's a UK beekeeper.
UK, the other side of the pond.
Yeah.
Nice.
Me, Bob, and James McNally is going to be on his live Saturday at 3. It'll be 3 p.m. Central Time for us.
Hey, Jandies. Saw a lot of dead bees on my board today. I'm shitting pants right now.
You got feed on
Did you
them?
get a cold snap?
I think everybody did, man.
Yeah, Texas got hit pretty hard with a little
Got hit
cold
pretty
snap.
hard, man. Yeah, and even my bees are wrapped. I saw a couple crawling still around today, but went shone a light in the front door, and there's quite a few dead bees on the bottom board. So I'm just fucking crossing my fingers until tomorrow. It's supposed to hit 55 tomorrow, so it's sunny.
What kind of stores they got in there?
Dude, I had 8 pounds of sugar on them, plus honey, plus they were bringing in pollen. I mean, they had food. They were set. They weren't going to starve, that's for sure. They were set. They had enough food on them, but I went out there today, and like I said, just checking the bottom board, you know, a little bit worried. So,
Yeah,
Curious if you get those white bodies tomorrow.
what's that?
I'm curious if you get the white bodies on the board next.
What do you mean?
the
The,
larva.
yeah.
I hope not, man.
You're going to end up having some dead ones. Anytime you get a little cold snap like that, there's going to be some dying. They'll start dragging them out. I mean, that's kind of normal. It just depends on if you got 5 or 10 there, or if you got 500 laying there.
Nah, it's
That's the difference.
it's again. I'm still new to this whole beekeeping gig, man, and this is my first cold snap
So
with
you look
this stock.
you look in the entrance.
I looked in the entrance. Yeah.
Does it look clogged in any way?
No, it doesn't, Spanky. I was able to look back and kind of look to the side, and it looks like the dead bees are kind of brushed to one side, you know. And I'm
Okay,
thinking,
as long as they can get out.
yeah, they can get out. And when I was in there looking, one kind of dropped and walked straight out the front door. So, you know, and you know, I'm hoping they're still holding that ball in there, man, because I wrapped them the first day it got cold, and then it just iced up. It was cold, wet. When where I live in the hill country, Texas, it was basically right on the cusp of whether it was icy or wet. So we got a mix of both, dude. North here. What's up?
Now you get to use the Fred Dunn hook and clean it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to clean it out, you know, but it's gonna be in the 70s here later this week, I think, is what I was checking.
Well, you'll know then.
Yeah, and it's, again, this is just my first year with these bees. They've been on their own for a lot of years. So, you know, I'm real optimistic about how they held out. But this is the first time I'm really stressing because this was a removal. I went out.
No need to stress.
Yeah, that's what my mentor said. He's all, dude, he's like, I stress every year about this time. You know, so it's part of the gig. And I just have to accept that if they die, they die, man.
Yeah, if there's nothing else that you can do for them, then
You know,
just have
that's
to accept you did what you could.
And that's what my mentor said. He's all, dude, if you went out and wrapped them, you got food on them. He's like, dude, the rest is up to them at that point, man. He said,
Yeah.
you just have to let them do what they have to do. And he's like, you're going to lose some for sure. But again, this is my first time seeing that kind of bee drop on my boards, so that's kind of where I'm at with it. Anxiety's a little through the roof. Took a couple sleepy pills tonight, so I'll sleep good.
Estimation, how many you think was on the board?
Maybe 15 or 20.
That ain't too bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
That sounds like normal drop.
Okay, and again, this is just what I was able to see. I don't know if there's more, because I know where that brood chamber is situated. It's situated to the east side of the box because that's where the sun hits the side of the box first thing in the morning. So
we had the 50s last week, and every single hive was out flying, which was encouraging. But that doesn't mean squat.
Yeah.
That was still January. We have so much winter and crappy weather ahead of us.
Still,
that doesn't mean anything yet.
Yeah, I lost 70%. I just move on. Okay. Yeah, and see, for us to get hit hard like this several years in a row down in Texas, even my mentor said this, for Texas to get hit this hard several years in a row, every year we've had ice for the last 3 or 4 years.
How about say, was it last year or a year before they had that real bad ice storm come through? I mean, it shut
Snowmageddon. Yeah.
I was about to say, I swear it knocked 90% of Texas out of power.
Oh yeah. Yeah. ERCOT swallowed that big pill. Yeah. That didn't go too well. And people where I live, I didn't lose any power this year, but a lot of people in San Antonio lost power. So.
Yeah, that groundhog saw his shadow.
Yeah.
Buckeye Chuck. Huh?
Got a 22. Can we put that guy?
6 more weeks of crud. Yeah, that's at least.
Can we put that groundhog out of his misery?
Darn thing sees a shadow every year, don't he?
I think he did enough for a barbecue or something, man.
Oh, you just
I
got
think he said 135 years he's seen his shadow, 100 of those.
Yeah, he's got to go. It's time for him to go.
Yeah, I told him at work we should just get a blind groundhog. He'll never see a shadow.
Right, but
I can just picture that groundhog come up out of the ground with one of them walking sticks trying to find his way around.
Right, son of one, right. How's your guys doing? Spanky, how's your girls doing? Galloway, Tim, how's you guys doing tonight, man?
I did an emergency queen. I'm in the cluster. It's only like a ball size. I put it on top of another box with a double queen extruder to try and save them. I got that from Mike, the Minnesota beekeeper. Said, "Hey, try it."
Okay. Okay. All right.
Now, Frank, what are you doing with that little puppet?
I seen the preview on it. I hadn't watched the whole thing yet.
My wife thinks I need some help. trying to get this attention. I don't know.
Do you have a bee
You
suit
do.
for that puppet?
I'm working on it today.
Well, you know what you do, right? You take and you make shorts filming that puppet doing educational beekeeping lessons in the summer. And you can set those for children.
I was going to say, my kids won't watch bee videos, but when I got that puppet on, their eyes are like, they're watching my bee video. I'm like, what?
That or what was it you said before? Legos?
Legos got their attention, yes.
Legos.
The Lego Hive.
You guys ever watch Lego Wars? There's a show on TV called Lego
Oh,
Wars.
yeah.
I know it's kind of off topic and all Legos, but have y'all seen the price on Legos lately?
They never lose value.
No.
Oh, they
Never.
are crazy price.
No, you could sell Legos 20 years from now, and it'll probably be worth 5 times more than they are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Me and my daughter, we've collected all the Harry Potter movies and different stuff ever since they first started coming out when she was little.
Ooh, cool.
And I went to go look at one of the Hogwarts Castle's Legos. I changed my mind real quick when I seen that price. Like,
How much was it, Lee? How
What's
much?
getting me with the Legos?
The cheapest small ones I could find was like 300 plus.
Yep. I bought I had a
No.
Star Wars set, and I paid for the Walker, the AT-AT, like 175, 200. It opened up unhinged. It had 5 or 6 little characters you could place in it. But they're technical builds, some of those pieces.
Yeah. I'd like to find something with like the bees and all. I
Right.
told Renee what I want to do is find like some like the puzzles with like bees and the beehives and different stuff and do them and then
Your
have them
Lego
clear
hive.
coated
Yeah.
where they're solid and then put them on the wall.
What gets me is there's a Lego rule. When they make a Lego brick or anything, there's a rule that has to fit a certain way, and they are really pushing it with all those designs.
10 boxes of Legos. Beekeeping Gardening says, "Yep, they'll never lose value."
And they're so fun to step on.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the middle of the night.
Make you say a few words you can't say or ain't supposed to say.
Yeah, who was it? Was it the White House on the Hill? Somebody did a Lego hive video. They made a Lego hive.
No
and put
kidding.
bees in it.
Did it work?
It's on YouTube.
Really?
Oh yeah.
That sounds like something for somebody with a 3D printer to do.
Yeah. Spanky.
Why? You could just go buy the Lego.
I know, but it'd be fun to
Cheaper.
print 3D Lego saying
That'd be
you
probably a
made it.
lot cheaper.
Either that or just make a hive and make it look like 3D Legos on the outside.
Some people have a lot of time on their hands.
Let's say Spanky's counting the hours. That'd be like Spanky's like counting the hours. That'd be like a year's worth of printing.
Right. To print an actual life-size hive.
I thought about getting a 3D printer just to try some stuff out, different things, little hooks for the hives and different stuff, beekeeping related.
People have already printed out real sized hives. You can find it on YouTube.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll take my dog out.
Hey,
Yeah,
Galloway,
Spanky turned me down on that printing thing when he showed me that when it stops or malfunctions, the whole thing's awash. If it's like a 5-hour print and it messes up halfway through, the whole thing's a toss.
Yep, unless you know how to go in and slice it again at whatever that layer is, and then tell the machine to restart.
Yeah, about to say a lot of times you lose the whole thing, like Spanky said, unless you know how to go in and just go detail by detail, like point by point where it lost.
That's a hobby I don't want to get into. I get nothing else done.
Busy enough with the print and 3D laser, huh?
Yeah, it's just, yeah, I'd get us obsessed with it.
What you been
Yeah,
lasering
laser-
lately?
Oh, me? Oh, you name it. Urns, tags for GE, for Volkswagen, ID tags for their machinery, that kind of stuff. What else? Oh, little of this,
Hive
little of that.
tools.
Yeah, hive tools.
Keep them busy.
The advantage with the laser, you just hit replay, right? You don't have to.
Well, you can do that on a printer too.
Kinda.
Those new ones, you can tell it to print the same thing over and over, and it'll just go.
I mean, if it messes up, you just hit replay and it'll just do it again.
Yeah, but you got material that you've screwed up. I did that. These guys, there's an organization have these tractors. They're like 80 years old that they bought. They used to sell through Montgomery Ward, and they wanted the original tag reproduced for these tractors, and I produced a whole bunch of them the other day, and the guy came, picked them up, and said they're not identical. Nope, sorry. The whole job was a waste. I looked at them and I thought they looked the same. They didn't. People, they wanted authentic, and it just wasn't exactly like the original tag. So I'm gonna try again. So
Well,
you get that sometimes.
I remember the Montgomery Wards when I was little, but I hadn't seen one in years.
Yeah, they were kind of silly. The ID tags were attached right next to they were belt driven, and they were attached right next to the belt. So the belt ripped these things off evidently all the time. You know how belt is on anything. You know how the belt moves back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the belt would rip these tags off all the time. So these people that have restored these tractors want the original tags on them. So I'm trying to reproduce a tag that looks like the original manufacturer tag.
Hmm.
That's sometimes challenging.
So you do laser engraving or laser printing?
Yeah, laser engraving, yes.
Okay, cool, awesome. All right.
Yeah, you missed the hive tool.
So they're a painted tag.
Pardon?
They're a painted tag with the metal showing for the
No,
letters.
no. These are just aluminum tags that I've engraved to look like the original engraved. The original tags weren't engraved; they were probably stamped, and that's why it makes it so difficult to match what. Because I'm engraving something that was originally stamped. You know, you can't get the
Can't
stamps
replicate a stamp
anymore.
and engraving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's two different aspects. Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm trying my best to replicate it. It's never going to look exactly like a stamp. It's going to be close. I'm really close, but it's never going to be exactly the same as a stamp.
So how much aluminum can you really burn off with that method?
Oh, I could burn through the aluminum if I wanted to.
That depends on the laser.
Yeah, I was about to say, Tim got a big laser back there.
I've got several lasers. I've got a couple lasers
You
here.
like, I'll burn down your house.
Yeah, you don't want to look at those lasers.
No, they'll burn. They're bad. But...
You'll be a
Yeah,
blind groundhog.
you could burn through. In fact, the first what was it? I think it was a Glock. The first Glock I did, I actually ruined the slide on it because I actually burnt right through the slide. I used too much power. Not a good thing to do.
Hey, anybody in the basement?
Yeah. Well, you do things like I had been doing a lot of engraving on aluminum, AR-15s and that kind of thing, and so I got a Glock which is steel. The slide is steel, so I was fairly new to that type. There's different types of engraving, that type of engraving, and so I figured, okay, well, steel, I need to use more power. Well, engraving is different. Things like aluminum or copper are harder to engrave than hard metals like steel. Steel is easy to engrave. So I need less power to engrave steel. Something like a soft metal like copper, it really, really difficult to engrave.
That's crazy.
Is that because
it works as a heat sink.
I would have been thinking like you did.
Heat, huh?
Yeah, I made that mistake, like I say, just once.
That's what I found out with the TIG.
Well, you only had one Glock.
Power.
Yeah, but I say that was an expensive mistake, huh?
Yes, it was, but like you say, I made that mistake just once.
So what'd you do? Put too much heat behind it, kind of, with the
in a laser. There's a whole lot of settings to it. Power,
yep.
Dot per inch. There's a whole lot of settings you set, and I just set everything way too high for that metal, and it just burnt right.
Hey, dry cut.
Burnt right through the. Yeah. Oops.
Was it like a clean hole? Was it like, or was it? Did it like
that? No, I didn't go all the way through it.
Okay,
but it was really, really deep. It was enough. It was a mess. It was a mess. I mean, Glock is pretty thick. Yeah. I mean, the metal, the thickness of the metal is pretty good.
Did it actually,
had I gone spend any more time on it, it would have gone clean through.
Did it actually melt the metal then?
It obliterated the metal. I mean, it was gone. It was just, it was just.
No,
it shows you the power of the laser, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because you have different type. I have different lasers, and you use them on different materials. And that laser, you use it on that material, and it'll do that. But say if I put a piece of glass in there, I could laser all day long and it wouldn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
On my other laser, I could burn through a piece of wood in no time on the laser. I put a piece of metal in that thing. The laser could sit there all day long, won't even scratch it. So I have different lasers for different type of work.
Okay.
What are they, different frequencies?
Yeah, that's basically they're different frequencies. Yes.
It's a learning lesson.
Can you make those etch plates? Can you make those tags that they spray paint your hives with? And
yeah,
I could. could, but I don't do metal cutting. That's not something that, because it doesn't cut cleanly. So I do etching. Even though it can do it, I don't advertise it because it's not something that I
Plasma
don't believe it's the
cutter.
right tool for the job.
Yeah, I was about to say
Could you
some
do
of the
it in
other ones,
plastic?
like he was talking about, they'll do like either plasma cutting or water jet.
Water
Exactly.
Jet, yeah, water jet's
Exactly.
like the cleanest, isn't it? You could get pretty much water jet, plasma. They're kind of on the
Well, the
same.
plasmas are pretty clean.
Yeah, plasma's real clean. Water jet's real clean too.
Yeah.
Could you do plastic? and
Oh,
do
yeah.
that?
Yeah, I do that all the time. Yeah.
You could do wood too.
Make us a
Yeah,
Yeah,
stencil.
plastic, wood, those kind of things. Yeah, all the time. I do a lot of Yetis as far as engraving.
Nice.
Do a lot of Yetis.
I thought there's only one Yeti.
There's up on Andy's.
Anyway, back to bees.
Yeah, what were you guys talking about tonight?
We were talking about you. We spent the
Okay.
whole night wondering what you were up to.
Living life, man.
Yeah,
Going
we was
to school.
talking earlier. We was talking horizontal hives, talking to
Nice.
Ricky Rourke on here,
Hey, he's got some nice work, man. That guy does some quality work.
doing a hive tool giveaway.
Nice.
Yeah, he was talking. He's going to go full time.
Mhm.
Full time, huh? I really want to build one of his long hives this year. One of his, yeah, he's got some nice gear, man. I like
Yeah,
it.
he told me at Hive Life he was building that 50 by 50 2-story building, and everybody that kept on coming up and order. I mean, nonstop orders coming in. I'm like, you sure 50 foot going to be big enough?
What's he order? What's he building?
A 50 foot by 50 foot 2-story building for a shop to do his horizontal hives in to go full
Oh, I
time.
didn't catch that. It was a 2-story building.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
Rich.
2-story.
Yeah.
You got a winner song on that board of yours? We got a winner in chat.
Yep, I was one winner. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Danette. Yeah, Danette won hive tool and some, what was it?
Yes.
Apis?
Yeah, it's Mapus Biologics. Yes.
Right. I think Ricky's going to need a bigger shop though than 50 by 50.
That's what I told him. I said, you might have to go 100 by 100 or
there, Ricky, bud.
or start out with a 50 by 50, but make it where you can have a door cut in it and go into the new building next to
add
that,
on
another
to it.
50 by 50.
Yep. Yep.
But he does some great work, and I mean, it's solid.
Yep. I need to get the plants from him so I could just go buy the material myself and do it.
I can't remember if he said some of the plans were on his website.
I like the one that you have, Lee. That's the one I
Queen
want.
Mate Nuke.
Yeah,
No, I
like
don't know if you'll get those plans.
Yeah, he only had certain plans available,
yeah.
but I mean, you could go in and modify. Now look right behind him there.
That's
his
the one
son,
that I like right there. That
his
Tim
son
has.
just built that one for him.
Okay.
Or you could
Yeah, I
build
think he
you
found the
a,
plans online somewhere.
build you an A to Z Slovenian.
Yeah, I like those. I like those top bars though. Really like the way they're laid out, and that would fit probably pretty nice in my
You
yard.
mean top bar or
What he's got behind him, what Tim has behind him,
that's a long line.
or
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I like those ones right there.
Yeah, I wanted everything interchangeable. The
Mhm.
mother boxes.
Nice, man. Yeah, those are really nice. That's would you say that's a Lane's long?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I thought it was a top bar for some reason. I couldn't see
No,
all the way
no.
behind you. Okay.
Well, I mean, you can't see the frames in it, so
Yeah, I can't see anything. All I saw was the doors. And I know Lee, what's yours? Yours is just a Queen Castle, right, Lee?
Yeah. Well, you could break it down to one long hive,
Okay.
3 10-frame hives, 6 5-frame nukes, or break it all the way down to 12 2-frame mate nukes, all in the same box.
That's really rad, man. That's really awesome. Oh, she got some Apis too, huh? Nice. What's
Was
up?
you was doing Apis on both of those, Tim?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Danette, getting Apis with that hive tool.
Nice.
Hey there, Philip. How you doing tonight?
Who else has put Apis on their girls this year? Has anybody seen? How's it working out for you, Galloway? Son of one. How's your girl?
My colonies were in desperate need of help, so
Okay.
I'm not doing so good.
Okay. Did
I've got some. I just hadn't used it yet.
Okay. Were you able to get some on yours, Frank?
Yeah, I put on 4 with the Apis, 4
Okay.
without, and another 3 without. Comparing like insulated, non-insulated, and Apis. But
Mhm.
I think the uninsulation is what killed me, and now I switched them all. Apis is all insulated now, but they're hurt too hard. So
Oh, okay.
I don't think it was a fair shake.
Fair advantage on them. Yeah. Okay.
I got a quick question for you there, Rick. Or not Rick. Rich. That's the Elgato boom arm?
Yeah,
Yep. Thought so.
I like it. Yeah. It's
I was looking either between that or the Road.
yeah, and this one it's got this right here is like a counterweight.
The
Which is
weight.
really, yeah, it is. This comes off.
Yeah.
And all it is, you just stick it there and it's a counterweight. I mean, with the Shure mic, you probably don't need it.
Yeah, about to say that. Sure, Mike's pretty heavy to start with.
I think it's like 2.5 pounds. Something
Now,
like
Rich,
that.
is that for your other channel?
Oh, it's for both channels, man. Yeah. Yep. I just bought a Rodecaster too. So yep, it's for both channels, man.
But isn't your
I'll-
other channel more into that tech stuff?
into the what?
Tech stuff.
No, my other channel is about religious cults, man.
Is it seriously?
That's
Mhm.
serious. Yeah, we talk we talk about what I've been bringing to the attention of the people is how religious cults are basically a mental health nuisance and a mental health they're a public health nuisance because they go after mentally ill people, and they do. Some of I have proof of it, man. And they are.
They create train wrecks.
I won't even go into it here, guys, because I don't want to do that. But yes, it's about religious cults, and it is. And the thing is there's been so many in the past, and you know who allows it is our government. FLDS,
So what-
Samuel Bateman, all right? If y'all know who Warren Jeffs is, right? Pedophile from FLDS, right? Got busted several years ago here in Texas for impregnating all those little girls, right? Another guy stepped into his spot. August of this last year gets caught red-handed with little girls in Arizona in a trailer, trafficking them through Arizona. It's real stuff, guys. Child trafficking. Yeah. My other channel is religious cults, but we won't talk about that here. We're talking about bees.
So what is the name of that other channel?
It's called David E. Taylor Full Frontal Exposure 2.0. Because these guys, like these, if these guys are supposed to be these great healers, right? Because some of these people are coming out saying, "Hey, I can heal your cancer, but hey, go ahead and give me your money," right? Which is all BS, right? Because God never did that. Last time I checked, God was free. You open your Bible and there's God, right? You don't have to pay to get to God anymore. And you have people out there actually exploiting something you can't even see and capitalizing hundreds of millions of dollars, not billions, and laundering it from.
You know, last thing I remember God doing was turning all those tables upside down and throwing it all over the ground. So
We don't see that. And that's the thing. It's like these people are coming out and they're saying, "Oh, I'm an apostle," but yo, dude, there's only 12 apostles. Saying,
Yep.
You know,
That's
and
a good beekeeping question there on bottom.
yep, wondering if an AZ style super on his long highs would be beneficial.
I know Ricky said he was using or had used supers on his horizontal highs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Super
you know what?
horizontal.
I'm gonna go with that because I have a bad shoulder. I really do from airborne. I have a tore up shoulder, and that's kind of why I want to go with one of those. The long hives is because of the position where it's at. I won't have to lift boxes off.
Now Ricky's got one on there that you can actually put a regular 10 frame super on top of it.
See, that's cool, man. I dig that. Like the height on that, that's cool. Like how they're saying for somebody with like a shoulder problem that can't lift heavy weights. These things are awesome for like veterans. If like you have a veteran who's in a wheelchair, dude, these would be perfect for a veteran in a wheelchair right here.
Now he
I think
also
his
has
tilting one is the one you want if you're in a
he has
wheelchair.
one right here too that you can put flow frames into.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, the
He's
one
thought
that
of everything,
opens
hasn't he?
back, right?
Now it has two opening, the whole lid open up, but then you can pop out these two little portions here, and you put your key in this section, turn the key, and then the honey comes out the front right there in the bottom.
So that slit above the top there, Lee, that's where you put the key in to open it.
Yeah, you
Right there.
press a key into there and then you turn it.
Nice.
Yeah, that's just those flow frames.
Yeah, he had one of those at Hive Life conference.
He has one that tilts. I think that would be more aeronautical design for your wheelchair height, so you can get it out
Yeah.
without have to be up and over. Because
Yeah,
I think
he-
that
he
up and
does.
over is going to kill your back.
Yeah.
He done that one for what? Justin, I believe it was, that tilts forward.
Nice.
Yeah, that's the one for wheelchair.
That's pretty innovative.
Yeah, it really is, man. Those are big time innovative, especially because you could probably lower those to the height of a wheelchair. You know, somebody you could probably specially design those for somebody that's in a wheelchair.
Yeah, I mean, to be able to tilt that thing's right basically to your lap.
Yeah.
And then work those frames. I mean, man, that's so cool.
Yeah, definitely. Take the long leg better. Nice.
Yeah, because I was watching that one guy's handicapped on the chair, and it's either he works high from the side of the chair, the front, your knees and feet are in the way, so it's kind of more all to the side. It's kind of a lot of twisting.
So he works it from the side then.
Most of it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to see a video on that myself.
Can you put a credit card scanner on that dispenser?
I wonder if he could work a Slovenian.
I'm just wondering about the
Set it at the
reaching
right
forward. It's the reaching.
Well, if you set it at the right height, you know, because you can either get a 2 or a 3, typically a 2 or a 3 story.
Yeah.
You know, if you put that thing at the right height where he can wheel right up under it, you know, after he opens the door.
And the other thing that he had a problem with is the ground. He's got to have solid footing, otherwise his chair gets stuck.
Well,
Yeah.
you do the Slovenians traditionally in a building.
So how many hives is everybody here running right now?
One
Not as
right
many
now.
as I'd like to.
Yeah, one right now, beekeeping. So I got
2.
12 minus 3.
I was up to 30, and then I had a slime out and abscond, and then I think another swarm went out. So I'm guessing somewhere between 20 and 25 because I still hadn't went and checked my number 4 yard.
he's gonna have 200 by the end of this year.
Now, Lee, what did your slime out have?
That was last year. in the
Oh, okay,
fall.
I was going to say, this is early for slime, isn't it?
Oh yeah, no, that was last year, but I just left it out there. I just stood it up and opened it up, let the air and the light into it.
When will you typically see a slime out?
For the most part, right after the nectar flow here,
Okay.
you start pulling supers off, and then they'll start kind of getting weak during that first dearth, and the hive beetles will try to take over.
Okay.
What do you put something on the ground this year under your hives there, Lee? What was it you put down?
Triazicide.
Try it.
I
did
put that. Like one bag is supposed to do like 25,000 square feet, I believe it is. And I put that underneath my number 4 yard. I think I got 12-foot 4x4s that I put my hives on across them, and I put that whole bag around that area. So I figure a 4-foot by 14-foot area. I put
often do you have to
a bag that
reapply?
would cover 25,000 square foot.
How often do you have to reapply that?
I do it every year.
So it's a yearly thing.
And where you at, Galloway Lights? Where you located?
South Jersey.
Oh, okay, you're up in Jersey.
Cold.
Yeah, no, you guys are. Dude, y'all are about to get even colder up north right now.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, you guys thought we had cold down here. No, you guys are about to get bombed on right now. I feel bad for you guys.
We're supposed
Dude,
to get like
your weather's like a sneeze.
I know it really is. It's like it was like this little. It was like what I saw today with the weather. It's like, hey, old Charlie up there, man. He's
Yeah, that's a long. Yeah.
okay.
That's
You
what I
actually thought
use
that
around my
triglyceride
hive.
was more often.
How do you like it, Lee? Does that stuff work pretty good, man?
It's worked good for me. It keeps ants and everything else really from getting in my hives. And between that and I say the peppermint helped a little bit with hive beetles last year. But if any larva does come out, drop to the ground to try to go in the ground to pupate, it kills them as soon as they hit the ground.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'll put it down on either a cool day or a halfway rainy day when the bees ain't out. I'll put it
Little
down, and when
water
that
then.
rain hits it, it kind of soaks it down into the ground.
Okay. All right. Keep that in mind. The Travis. Can you put that up there again, Lee, so I can see?
That's like a granular, right, Lee?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
granular. Yeah. Okay,
My
Spectre.
I
neighbor
just
used
get it
that.
from I get it from Office or Home Depot.
Okay.
My neighbor used something like that, and my ducks went over there and thought it was food, and they killed them.
That ain't good.
I told him I understand. You were trying to take care of things, but you put it on too thick.
Man. Hey, what's up, James? Yeah, what I did, I got a weed barrier down and I put cedar down. Cedar barrier.
Yeah, pretty much
You
anything
gotta-
that you could put down to keep them from going into the ground to pupate will help stop them.
I think you're supposed to hose it in so the other wildlife don't eat it.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. You put it out just before it rains or something. That way it waters in and everything. And that's what he's saying. It lasts all year.
I don't think you want your bees in it. So yeah, if you do it when it rains, you don't have to worry about it.
Rock Ridge said he puts down the water softener salt. Seemed to help and kills weeds under it.
Yeah, you're salting your ground around the ground too, though. Double doors.
Ash works pretty good too.
Yeah.
What
I've
does?
heard the ash works.
Oh yeah, the fire ash. Yeah, potash. That's what my mentor used. You get potash and dump it all over your yard, man.
Yeah, I've got plenty of that.
Yeah, take it and dump it around your yard, under your hives, everything, man. My mentor uses that and he swears by it.
I'm using a whole house
Something
wood stove, and so we burn a lot of wood this year.
Yeah,
I'll say with the winters y'all have up there, you ought to have a lot of ash left.
Something we have is salt hay. I wonder if that would work.
Salt
In
hay?
the marshes. Salt hay, yeah.
That might. You never know, dude. Why not try it?
You guys are so inland, you probably don't never see that stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm in Texas where it's dry. Texas just add water, man.
Far from the ocean, right?
Yeah, we're in a drought. The lake here is at 6%, man. It's real low.
Oh, wow.
Texas is gonna get flooded. It's just when, not if, it's when. It's due for a flood. Last one was in 2010, I think, and it was real bad. It filled the lake up here. So when
We
it
had
flooded-
one
Now, is that
2016.
anything to do with what the rains California's getting, or is your stuff coming up from the Gulf?
We're Gulf Coast. Yeah, we get Gulf
Okay.
weather. Yeah, if we're gonna get Gulf and Pacific, if we're gonna get anything, we'll get stuff coming off the Pacific across Mexico, and then we'll get moisture coming up from the Gulf. We don't really get moisture from California. Ours comes from.
Somebody tell Phil Marsh to make sure it's out before he does that.
Yeah. If for real, my mentor Philip, he's been doing it for years. He told me I'll get that potash, man. And he's like, it's not going to kill every single beetle, but he's like, I guarantee, coffee grounds are good. Mix your coffee grounds with your potash. That's what I do too. I put coffee grounds out.
I didn't
I
know
wonder
that.
if that has to do with it changing the pH in the
The
soil.
pH.
You know what? It could be.
Yeah, the ash is real acidy.
Yeah, it's super acidic. Yeah. And yep.
Yeah,
Now, Rich, I don't know if you know that RTX, that Philip
ahead.
RTX, that's another Dallas boy there. Rich.
Yeah, he's up in Dallas. Yeah, RTX is in
Dallas
Texas.
area.
Yeah, no, Philip, that's what my mentor does, man. That was one of the first things he said. That was one of the first things he taught me about beetle mitigation. He's like, when you burn, he's like, save you all that potash, man. He said, just throw it in your yard. It's like, all right. So he hardly has any.
We throw a little bit in our chicken coop too. Chickens like it.
Really? Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'll keep
Does
that.
it do anything for the mites, the chicken mites?
Oh, that's
Or
right.
do
No,
you
we
use
really
the-
haven't had much problem with that with the chickens, but yeah, the chickens like dust bathing
Yeah.
in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta
Okay.
watch getting them mites.
Now, I never really had a problem with any mites in my chickens, but I did keep the diatomaceous earth in there too, though.
Okay.
And believe it or not, a lot of people don't realize it, but you can put a little bit of that DE in the chicken's feed also.
Like the
Like,
food grade, huh?
Sprinkle it on their pellets.
Okay, give them that food grade DE.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Basically, it helps take care of any worms if they were to get anything.
All right. Man, that's good to know. I didn't know that.
Now, don't quote me, but from what I've read, you can do that with your dog food too. Put a little bit in the dog food, and it helps with worms.
Okay. Think it kills fleas too? Probably. I don't see why it
I'm
wouldn't.
sure.
Yep. So Bob
Bob said-
put Avar on yesterday.
Yeah, our chickens just started laying eggs again finally.
Yeah, eggs are
I'm
$5.
real happy about that.
Yeah, $5 a dozen.
Oh yeah, they're expensive. We gave away way too many eggs last year. We had so many eggs. This year we're gonna preserve them I think we're going to try to use the. My son has a freeze dryer. I think
Okay.
we're going to try that this year.
So you can
If I
freeze.
say freeze dry some and then maybe water bath some and see what you like better.
Yeah, we might try that lime.
Yeah.
We might try that, but I don't think we'll be giving as many away this year. But
Maybe
I'm
pickle
real
some.
happy. I love fresh eggs. I'm so happy that they're laying again.
I had 72 chickens here, but I'm down to 0 now.
Well, and
That's big.
eggs are a raw agricultural commodity too, like honey. Something you can sell straight from the farm to the table.
Yeah, I'm keeping mine right now. I'm
Nice,
keeping
man.
them. I mean, we don't, I don't know where eggs are going to go here. And this last winter, we were without eggs for quite some time. So I want to get a good store of eggs for next winter before I think about giving away or selling any eggs this year.
Yeah, we
How
got
you
that
storing your eggs
vertical
over winter?
here.
I'm going to. I didn't last year. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to this year.
So when you water bath them, will that help?
How are you
store 'em
storing your
from-
egg? Oh,
Sorry.
Well, what we're going to do, we're going to two methods. We're going to freeze dry some of them, and we're going to lime some. So we're going to try that both methods and see what we like. And it depends what you're going to do with the eggs.
no pickling.
So it's kind of like pickling.
I love pickled eggs. Oh, they're so good.
But it's the way I understand it. I haven't tried it yet, but the way I understand it is the eggs taste just like fresh eggs once you take them out.
So how do you freeze dry them?
You mix them up. You take and basically you put the eggs in a bowl, mix them all up, and you put them in the freeze dryer for I think it's like 24 hours.
Okay.
And then they basically turn to dust. You put them in a food processor, and they're dust.
It's like a powder. And
You put them
just
in a
add
Mylar
water.
bag with a little preserver, and you're good to go. Add a few tablespoons of water to replenish them, and the videos I've seen, they said you can't tell the difference. They look and taste just like regular eggs once you reconstitute them. And the difference between the freeze dried versus the dehydrated is that dehydration takes away a lot of the vitamins.
Okay.
Where the freeze dry preserves like 97% of the vitamins.
And it's freeze. Isn't that
Is
how
that
they?
special?
Go ahead, Frank.
Is that special equipment to freeze dry? I'm sure.
It's expensive equipment. That's why I keep saying I'm using my son's dehydrator.
That new harvest right they just come out with, the XL version that holds 6 little trays, it's like $5,000.
Wow. So the freeze dry, that's what the astronauts do too, right? That's the same
Pretty much.
stuff they do with NASA is they freeze dry the
And
food.
it's kind of funny here in Ohio. You can sell almost anything. You can sell eggs or honey to anybody, but you cannot sell freeze dried items here in Ohio. It is illegal to sell freeze dried items unless you have an approved kitchen, and not a home kitchen. You have to have a professional kitchen that's regularly inspected to sell freeze dried items here in Ohio. I don't know why, because you figure it's a pretty safe item.
Yeah.
But they will not allow you to sell, even at farmers markets. You cannot
Same.
sell freeze dried items.
Now, last time I checked, there was only 5 states left in the United States that you cannot sell raw cow's milk. It has to be pasteurized, and Louisiana is one of them. You can give away all the raw milk you want, but you
Can't
cannot sell it. So a lot of states, they've done away with that. I mean, you can sell it at farmers market or what have you, but here they won't let us.
Well, guys, I'm gonna head out for the night. See
Thanks
y'all
for
later.
joining in.
Thank you, Ed.
man.
You
Be
have a
good,
good
man.
one.
Congratulations again.
Yeah,
You
congratulations.
too. Bye.
Congratulations.
So,
ya, bud.
is there
Yeah.
anything they're doing with eggs for people selling them? Because they're making the prices go crazier. Are they making new rules for that?
Not that I'm aware of. Not here anyhow. I'm just kind of worried about my chickens now. The price of eggs. I kind of
Yeah.
worried about my chickens.
Oh, it makes you wonder if the price of feed is going to go for it now too, since the price of eggs.
The feed's been going up,
Oh, has it?
but you got to worry about people stealing them these days now.
Yeah. Well, see, here in Texas,
Are you serious?
yeah, people will steal your livestock, man. Here in Texas,
Yep.
my mentor, he's had people steal his bees.
Yep,
What if
that
you
is
put
a-
up the purple paint?
Huh? Well,
That's
here,
only in
What if you
certain
put up the
states.
purple paint?
Certain states that's done in.
you know what? The thing is, Galloway, if somebody comes on my property and I got purple paint up, dude, it's yeah. People know in Texas, you just don't go on people's property.
Yeah, I was about to say some people don't
Yeah.
know what the purple paint is.
Yeah, yeah,
But
and I've
I did.
it's actual law in some states.
It is an actual law. It holds more grounds than a no trespassing sign. And you see purple paint
Yeah.
on people post out here in Texas, you don't go there. It's
Yeah.
Now,
know,
what
after you're-
all is that? That's just the no trespassing, or what is the extent of the purple paint?
it basically means don't go beyond this point. Basically, hey, if you trespass, it's on you. It really is. And in Texas, because there's hunting leases out here, there's unmarked ranch lines, so people will go out and paint their post purple. They're like, hey, this is a no trespassing point. And there are laws. I think Louisiana is one of them. Texas, South Carolina, I think, is one. I think Iowa is one. Yeah, South Carolina is one. Yeah. And it's a nationally
It's easier to
recognized law.
sign. It's easier to sign, and it carries the same weight as a sign.
Oh yeah, if not more. If
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
more.
those signs don't have hardly any weight here.
No.
It don't matter if you got a sign here. You have to have a barrier to entry
No, not here.
on your property. That's the funniest thing. You can have 100 signs, but if you don't have a barrier,
My neighbor across the street, he did. I see when I first moved here, we hadn't shook hands for the whole year, right? And the first day he came over, he's like, "Hey," before he even came on my property, he's like, "Hey neighbor, can I come on your property?" He's like, "Yeah." It's a common courtesy around here. You just don't walk on people's property, dude. Because I do. I live out in the country, man. Nobody's gonna come around out here and screw around, man, because it's just, dude, helps 45 minutes away, man.
no, they do it all the time down here.
Yeah. And the thing is my mentor, he's dealt with theft on his gear. Not his and it's somebody that knows bees, is because they're coming in and they're taking his frames with his bees. Then they're replacing the frames with other bees or other gear that's not his.
I like Laramore's comment down there.
So, yes, Smith and Wesson is my barrier. Yeah, I got 14 friends that run really fast. And the thing is I can look out my back door and see my bee yard, That's what's really nice. And nobody around here really knows I have bees.
So far, I mean, as far as the commercial apiary that's about 6 miles up the road from me, they have one of their yards probably less than a mile through the woods from me, and they haven't had any theft. I hadn't had any problems on any of my 4 yards.
Yeah.
And I
That's
hope
good,
it stays
man.
that way.
That's good. Here in Texas,
Just
it's a big thing.
Just a heads up. There's other states that there's something about the purple paint. They weren't allowed to have the same color. So there's other states that use other
Yeah.
colors. So just heads up.
Yep. Yeah, some states. Yeah, and some states are different. I'm sure there's other states that have other paint laws, man. Crazy, right?
It's
Frank?
a different color.
Yeah,
yeah.
different colors. Yeah, one could probably be red or some crap. You don't know, but
Oh,
purple.
really?
I mean, it has to be like eye height, like 5 foot height, between 4 and 5 feet, and between 6 and 12 inch. It's got to be visible, and it is. The purple paint, it's real bright. It's not like you're gonna miss it. You can't say, "Oh, I didn't see it." Well, dude, it's right there, and it's painted on all 4
Yeah,
pillars.
they'll say it all the time. I didn't see it.
What's that?
They'll say that all the time. Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
There ain't no sign here. You mean that sign on the ground there? It's broken a bunch of pieces. Oh, what you talking about?
Yeah.
I got a fence all the way around my property, and on 3 of the corners in the back, anywhere near the bees, I have signs that says "Do not enter bees."
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to sign up for that. I asked that cop, I said, now, what if somebody's stupid enough to come on my property and mess with these bees and they get stung? I said, if I put a sign up telling them, does that aid in preventing me from getting sued because somebody went on my property and messed with my bees?
Right, dude.
I've got fence and barbed wire, so have fun
He
at it.
said he has a sign that says don't mess with the canine. And if they mess with the canine, then it's on them. Because there was a sign up informing them not to mess with the canine. So he didn't see why it would be any different.
Yeah.
What's y'all's local prices on honey? Because I know it's going to fluctuate everywhere.
Here in Texas, about $20 a pound.
I'm selling mine at the market here by the house at $9 right now. I'll probably end up going to 10 this year though.
I could probably get it up to 20 here in Texas right now, because it's like, especially here in the small town, because nobody has the raw honey here right now. For sure. Yeah. It's a nice looking jar. Look at that. Yeah, boy.
Can't get it, Tim. I can't get it.
He's reaching.
This is the last of my honey. This is the last of it.
I
This
think
is gonna
I'm-
last me till the next harvest.
I put a 5-gallon bucket in my bottler here the other day, and I think I have 2 more 5-gallon buckets in storage.
Nice. 12 plus Casa bottle. Yeah. Yep.
J&D says $16. James is 12. Dang, DC said a pound up there in Washington is 25 to 35.
I believe
Wow.
it, man. Yeah.
Philip says 12 plus the bottle.
You know what, DC? My old man sent me some honey from Southern Oregon. Dude, it's some of the best damn honey. So good. You got that blueberry flow, man, and you can definitely taste it. Or the blueberry and the blackberries up there, man. Oh, so good. Really good, man. Can't go wrong with that honey from the Pacific Northwest, man. Yeah, you know, my old man's, he's down in Gold Beach area, Oregon. Like just, you know, Southern Oregon, the other side of NorCal. And he's got a few colonies up there, man. And he sent me a little jar of honey, and it is on point. It is good.
Yeah, DC said it runs more up there. It's not as many beekeepers up there.
Yep, a little bit higher of a demand. Man, you ever infuse your stuff with like marijuana or anything like that? Have you ever thought about going that route? Honestly, like, have you like looked about like infusing it, like going to the clubs and getting some really good chronic and like, you know, infusing it?
I know Bob said some lady had talked to him.
Dude,
Bob Walker said some
infuse
lady had talked to him
chronic.
about getting his honey and infusing it with it.
I
That
love it.
people
Why
in that
not?
area bought it.
Yeah, get you some good like backyard boogie, man, and what you'd grind it up. And there's a way to go about it. I'd have to figure it out. I'd test it, man. Why not?
Yeah, I can't do none of that with my job though.
Yeah, no, you're good. I'm a veteran. I'll put it to the test, man.
You can do like CBD honey sticks.
Yeah, right, like CBD honey sticks or something, and then
Well, I've seen them for sale at the coffee shop in the mall.
eat the honey, roll the weed.
Yeah, you have post-traumatic stress, right?
Huh?
You have post-traumatic stress, right? You got to treat it, right?
Yeah, I still see therapists for it. The CBD THC honey, yeah. To infuse it, because there's a show on Hulu you can watch. It's called Bong Appetit, and they teach you all these really cool ways to infuse your food with weed, right? And they have honey, like weed infused honey, and then you can put it on like biscuits, your toast. You
Did they
can
teach you how to do it?
Yes, they do. They teach you a lot of processes on how to infuse your weed and your honey. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a scientific process. It really is. It's chemistry, because you're breaking down the process, you're breaking down the terpenes, you're breaking down the cannabinoids, and then you're infusing them back into the honey, man.
I think that'd be up Spanky's alley. Don't you have infused honey? Other type of?
Yeah, we do. We've got a whole bunch of different infused honeys.
Okay.
But here you can't have marijuana. You can have hemp, but you can't have marijuana.
Well, marijuana is legal on
And
my property here.
and if
I don't
you
know about the
wanna
rest of Texas, but it's legal here on my property.
if you want to grow it, you gotta get into the paying racket of the state.
Yep.
So wait,
Put up the guards and security.
No, you have to pay the state so that they give you the liberty of doing it.
yeah, James Noel said need THC. With THC.
So that's why here you'll see the CBD sticks.
Yeah, I was about to say a lot of places you see CBD, but as long as it don't have no THC value.
Yeah, that's it's as long as you take the THC, the tetrahydrous out of it,
Now,
it's inert basically. You still have the terpenes and stuff, which gives the flavor, but it doesn't take out the psychoactive.
yeah, I was
So
going
he
to say
says-
the mad honey. If anybody's got the area and wants to plant the plants, to harvest them some mad honey.
Yeah, DC said if I'd have to go to food handlers, and then the honey would have to go to through state. Okay, so you'd have to get it food regulated, tested before you could. Okay, yeah, I figure you would have to live up in Washington. They're going to make you test it.
Yeah, once you alter it or
Yeah.
adulterate it.
Yep, you adulterate it. Yeah.
That's why I'm amazed you guys get away with those peppers. I think that's illegal around here too.
What with putting
What's
in
that?
peppers? Yeah, see, and that's in Texas. You can't do that unless, say, I was giving it to like an immediate family member, or something like that. Different story. But I can't sell it out on the open market. That's where the line is here in Texas. Like, hey, I could put the peppers in there, but hey, I have to give it to you, and I'd have to give it to say Tim or Spanky. You know, I couldn't give it to somebody who was going to buy it and consume it, because now you've taken food, and that's where botulism and food poisoning comes in. That's what they're worried about, is cross contamination when you start putting the peppers in the food. And yeah,
Now, is there a way to open feed your bees and get some of that same idea?
What?
Open feed your bees different things you want to get the flavors in, and mix it with their food.
I have no clue.
And then be legal.
You would need basically big fields of it with the bees right by it to get enough to do anything.
And it depends on the plant, because some of that stuff, like the peppers, the bees don't know how to harvest from a pepper plant.
Okay.
Some of them, depending on the flower, the proboscis ain't long enough to reach down in it to get the nectar on certain plants.
Stuff like pepper plants, they co-evolved, and so those flowers have to be hit at a certain frequency, and they spit the pollen out. That's why wind can pollinate them. Bumblebees know how to do that. They can actually dislocate their wings so that their wings don't move, and then they start vibrating, and it spits the pollen out.
Ah, shit. Okay.
Because I know I put that
plants like that.
I put that Apis biologics in my hives and in the feeder in the top, and with the red food coloring, that honey is red. I mean, if you did something like that in your feeder, would you be able to do the same and maybe get away with it?
Possibly in a feeder, because I mean that's about all they'd be going after then. But it depends on if there's a natural nectar flow going or if it's a dearth. If it's a natural nectar flow, generally they're going to go for that nectar versus your feeder.
Yeah.
So you got to time it in like a dearth, and then you'd be able to do something like that.
Yeah. Now Rock Ridge got a question here. He said, so he used OA for the first time Saturday using Larabi's bee vaporizer, and the tube kept getting clogged. Now, is that the new vaporizer?
Was high enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Was it the new InstaVape, or was it one of the older Larabi vapes?
Yeah, I'd say in a case like that, I just wonder if the temperature was high enough on the vaporizer, and it was cooling off too soon in the tube.
Okay, Phil, thanks for clearing that up. You can sell infused using the cottage food laws in Texas. Yeah. Requires a food handler's license, but that's easy to get. Yeah, I've got my food handlers. You just go to your local health department, or you can probably just do it online. And you just go online, you take the food handler's license test, probably pay a little application licensing fee, and that's it. You might have to renew it every year, but it's basic sanitation. You know, keep your hands clean, wash your food. It's going to teach you basic sanitation methods for food processing. So it's not a bad class to take because it really is teach you how to keep a clean space, man, when you're processing your honey.
Yeah.
So.
Now,
Rock Ridge, I would what I would do is contact the Robbies. You can contact them right on Facebook and message them, or email them, and ask him. Let them know what you have. It could be your unit is not running the proper temperature.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my guess. Rob is great at support.
Yeah, he's quick at getting back with you on the question. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the original ones he had, which I got in a box over there. But anyway, I'm wanting to say it was set to right around 400 degrees. It would go to about 410, 415 sometimes. But the new InstaVape, it's set at 445. And I noticed on the older one that it wouldn't do it every time, but every now and then it would try to clog up. But the new one running it at 445 degrees, I hadn't had no clogging issues at all.
Having said that, I would not turn temperature up in one of the older units.
Thank you
Yeah.
for reading my mind, because I was just going to ask you guys, what have you found those units to run at to be the most efficient temperature?
Like I said, I would check with Rob before making any change settings.
Okay.
Yeah, like we said, Rob is real good getting back to support is second to none. I'm sure he has seen this many times.
I put it towards.
What's the wrong with the 445 on the older units?
It depends on
What's
what
wrong
heat
with the
sensor and electronics is different compared to the new ones. So I would check with Rob to make sure that you can set it that high and everything still work without burning anything.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't.
If you get too high, you get too high on OA, and it
just burns it, huh?
burns it. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get too high, if I'm not mistaken, it will turn to what, formic?
Yeah, it turns. Yeah, some other gas.
Basically, it converts into like a formic or something like that.
Well,
what's the magic temperature for that?
That I'm not sure. Like I said, I know the new InstaVape, it's set at 445.
I ran my old unit at 380 is what I ran mine at.
And does the old unit still run at 380, Tim? It still works at 380. The old.
Oh
unit?
yeah. It vaporizes. I believe at OA vaporizes at what 370.
370, 375, somewhere.
Yeah,
in that
so
area.
somewhere in there is what it vaporizes. So I turn it just high enough to do the vaporization. I didn't have the clogging. I say there could be other issues that Rob would be aware of. Some issues maybe with the unit. Could be. I don't know what OA you're using. It could be the what you're using. Maybe it's damp. Again, Rob should be able to answer that question. We're just guessing here.
I didn't have much clogging issue on mine, but I kind of figured after about 15 or 20 hives or 15 or 20 treatments that I would notice a little bit of clog. But what I would do, I would leave it empty for a minute and just put that cap on it tight. And it would, I guess, build up enough pressure and heat up, and it would finally empty out.
At least that,
I've not had clogging, but I have found that if you stick the old unit in there and you run into something, those caps will fly.
Yeah, they will pop off on
that
you.
back pressure will.
Yeah, I do recommend safety glasses with it.
Well,
Yeah.
Rockford said you just put a torch on in a few seconds and it cleared right up the clog.
Yeah,
Okay. So
it could have been it just wouldn't burn it out completely.
got clogged up in that too, huh?
But like I said, the new InstaVape, it's set at 445, and as soon as I press that button on it, I mean, it just comes shooting out the end.
Yeah, but the heat difference is, I don't know that you can compare the two, because you're talking about a unit that runs over, what, a minute versus something that runs in a few seconds.
Yeah.
There's a
So
new
you're saying the
bottle.
new ones heat up faster?
Well, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. It's a lot hotter, but they only take a few seconds to. What's your time on yours? haven't
Average,
used mine
I'd
yet,
say
so-
10 to 15 seconds, and it's burn out 2 grams.
So you're going through it so much faster. So it's hotter, but you know what I mean.
Quicker.
You're pumping it out.
Yeah. Sebastian said he's seen a few of the same issues on Facebook.
Okay, so people are reporting it. So Low Rob's aware of it then.
Yeah, Rock Ridge said, now you mentioned it, the OA did seem a little bit damp.
So the water's got it, huh?
That could cause it. See,
Yeah.
I keep
It's
mine
just not totally vaporizing.
I keep mine in my office here until I go out to use it. That way it's temperature controlled inside. I don't leave it out in storage or nothing to get any moisture build up.
Yeah, I don't know that there's anything you can do about that either. I think once that stuff gets moist.
Is it
Well,
pretty
you had
much
that
The only thing, I mean, just personally myself, and I'm not recommending it, I would take the top off, leave it in my office, and let it just kind of dry out
Right.
and see if that helps. If not, you might have to get rid of that bottle or bag that you have and get you a new one.
Yeah. Oh, it's not that expensive.
Oh, okay.
Nah.
I think
Well,
the diameter of the tube soon.
I'm going to rephrase that. It's not very expensive depending where you buy it.
Has anybody ever used it for bleaching wood?
I hadn't, but I know that originally I think that's what it was used for. That's some of the uses for it.
I mean, I never even heard of such a thing until
Yeah, Rock Ridge, it should be fairly dry. I mean, you'll notice, I ain't going to say clumping, but it will kind of stick together just a little bit because like the new dispenser, whenever you push it down in there, it sticks in that dispenser for you. But it should be fairly dry.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it
It's powdery. I mean, yeah, like you say, there's a little bit of clumping, but it's a powdery. You have to really press it to clump it.
Smash that like.
Like, has anybody bleached their hives with the wood bleach just to, I don't know, whatever, to turn them white?
Come on, boy. Can't say I have because I've never used a vaporizer yet. I don't even know. I haven't even checked my bees for Varroa. I don't even know my bees are alive yet. I wouldn't know till tomorrow. Come here, buddy.
You haven't tapped on the box yet?
Nah, man. My mentor said, he's like, don't even bump the box, man.
See, I got that new brand of acrylic acid.
It's the Folgers brand.
The Folgers ring.
That's where I keep mine. But yeah, I mean, it should be fairly dry.
Oh boy.
But I take some out of bag, fill one of these up, and I just keep it in the office, and then I go out, do my treatments, and then I bring it right back in.
It's a good way, right? Keep it nice and dry, huh? Everything get wet now. Perfect.
Now, how much, if you want to say at all, how much are you using in the new vaporizer?
I'd say 2.5 grams per deep.
Is it the same as you were using before?
Yeah. I just find that the 1 gram, it wouldn't really working.
So how much are you using? One said
2 to 2.5.
2 to 2.5. Okay.
Did you catch Greg's what he was saying about killing hives with the OA yesterday?
What did he figure up?
Something like 5 grams.
I think it was almost 5 grams per frame.
Yeah,
Not per box,
frame.
per frame.
Not hive, per frame.
He used it was a 10 frame box split into 3 frame nukes basically, so 9 frames total. The guy put in, what did he say, 15 grams or something like that?
Yeah. He was following Greg's directions.
Yep.
Greg told him to do every hive. Well, this hive was divided. Yeah,
into 3 parts. He meant like one full 10 frame box put this amount.
Yes.
He put that amount
But
in
he
a
wasn't
3 frame
specific.
section.
So did he kill a hive then? Did Greg?
I think he killed just about a whole mating yard the way he was talking. Yeah. Kinda
so you
overdid
can't
it.
use
So
too
he-
much.
He said he finally found that threshold where it's too much OA for bees, because everybody says, "Oh, you can't over OA them."
I don't
Yeah.
believe anybody asked the question. Did he have any mites?
I didn't think about that.
Poor guy. He just went out there to take care of his bees, man.
He said
You got to
he
have
didn't
bees to have mites, I
even
guess.
no bees.
God, it's a bummer.
But I mean, so far that's the only thing I've done though is the OA. I hadn't used anything else, and it's worked for me.
He nuked him. He nuked him. The
Yeah.
tactical nuke.
He bleached them.
The tactical nuke.
Philip, did you have any moisture issue in there before or anything for it to turn hard?
Greg went in there. I am chaos.
I suppose if it's hard, you can break it up. I guess that'll work.
Yeah. I guess
Where's
as long
some
as it dried back
pestle
out.
water? Yeah.
Well, let's see.
Han Solo.
You have to excuse my office. It's kind of messy. I've been moving stuff around in and out.
About 3 weeks. We should be seeing some pollen. Yeah, no, dude. Before it got cold down here in Texas, the girls were bringing in pollen. Man, that was a cool thing about it. They were healthy, happy, bringing in pollen, and then bam, Mother Nature said.
So you probably don't get much of a brood break down there, do you? They
No.
probably keep.
They
very
pretty
short
much
year.
have brood year round.
It's pretty short. And again, this is my first year with my bees, so
You can
that's
see it's empty in the end there, but when you poke it in, it fills up.
perfect.
And then all you do when you press the top, it comes out like a little clump. into the vaporizer.
Did the heat kill them or OA?
Who knows?
Did he over OA him? Is that what they were talking about?
Yeah, he was saying they got over OA'd.
Okay.
Yes.
So he used 45 grams. Am I hearing this correctly?
Basically,
Used a lot.
because it come out to 15 grams per section.
Yeah, they were supposed to use 5 grams per hive.
Okay.
Problem is, he had multiple clusters in that one, multiple colonies in one box.
But don't you want to wait till they're not clustered to do it?
Well, they weren't clustered colonies. He had colonies in single box.
Generally, when you OA, you want them somewhat in a cluster, but you don't want a tight cluster. You want them when they start loosening it up. According to Bob Benny, right around 48 degrees. Any
said maybe he's-
colder and they're in a tight cluster, any looser, and then they're coming out of the hive flying.
Gotcha. Okay, so about 48 degrees. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey.
I don't know how much that OA will help you down there in Texas.
Yeah, you see, again, first season here with these girls, again, I'm seeing dead bees at my door. You guys are saying, hey, normal. I'm hoping they're fine when I see them tomorrow. It's going to be 55 tomorrow, so they should be flying. So, and we're going to be hitting 70s here by the end of the week.
If you bring those dead bees inside and warm them up in your hands, they might come alive again.
You know what? One of them was standing on the damn front porch, and it was just still alive. I touched it, and it's again, guys. I'm learning, man. These are survivor.
It's freaky, man.
It is. These girls survived the last 3 harshest winters in the side of a damn shed, man. So, again, I wrapped them. I only could do so much, man, and I'm just hoping they made it. They have food.
I don't know how good you can see here, but this is 2 grams I'm going to drop.
Which vaporizer are you using, Charlie?
Much.
Oh, you drop him that link, he might come in.
Now, Lee, that only comes 1 plunger with that, right? You have to buy an extra if you want a spare.
Yeah, it comes with 1, and then I believe
Because there's another one you can put it in the handle, and so you have one cool off while you're doing the other.
Yeah.
So Charlie,
I believe they're $50 or $52 for an extra plunger.
$52, huh? Did you just get a little scale or something?
It's all stainless steel, and that little thing, you can spin it and adjust it to how many grams you want, and then you just stab it in.
Oh, okay.
And it fills up that amount.
Did you see that guy that does it with a syringe? It's plastic.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey.
Phil the Bee Man?
Yeah, it does it with a plastic syringe.
Yeah, Phil the Bee Man had that. His neighbor come up with
But that's not calibrated, so you have to adjust it each time.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine were bringing in a little bit of orange and yellow pollen, Lindsay.
Now, is he doing a dribble with a syringe or doing with?
It was a vaporizer, but he had it set up to where you could use a syringe and then stick it in top of the cap, and then you just inject it in the cap.
Well, I've got the ProVap automatic thing, just like Robbie has. I got that at Hive Life last year.
We got a new beekeeper down here. He just got a YouTube channel. He's just starting out. He's new.
New.
Damn newbie. He's a camper.
Hey Bob, don't you have some videos videos on your channel now that you didn't have before because you found them out of the archives, or no?
No. Well, believe it or not, I was going through. They were all my videos from 2012. Anything I put up, they were set as private, so I had to go back and set them to public. And then today I started getting copyright strikes on some stuff from way back in the day that I didn't set. I did not set that stuff to public, so I don't know why they were giving me strikes on it. But whatever. It's but everything's good now.
So you've got
it looked like you had some new ones
back again.
Do what?
You have all your access back again?
Yep, everything. Google, YouTube, Facebook, everything's back.
Did you ever get that Dropbox link?
I got the Dropbox. I got to send some stuff to somebody that picked up the swarm lure. So
DC, deleting ain't the end of the video on YouTube.
So some of them are new but old.
yeah, new that you haven't went back and watched them. Yes, new to you.
Yeah, like he said, lucky
Yes.
they didn't delete
Yes.
them all.
Well, deleting it's not the end of the video. It still exists in YouTube. They still have it. And so that's why deleting a video is not a way to get around if somebody is doing a targeted mass flagging campaign.
Yep.
They can still mass flag that video. And it turns out if you delete it, that is to YouTube an admission of guilt that whatever they have flagged you for, you did it because you deleted the video.
Well, the funny
cannot
thing
fight.
is, when they gave it back to me, it still had the Tesla US logo thing on there, and so I had to
So
change.
they put the logo on all your videos?
They took all my videos down. They put their own logo, renamed it, and put
On the
one
site.
video on. But the funny thing is, my channel, if you look at the the dashboard and analytics, it's showing that I think we had 186,000 views over that week. For what? I don't know, or how.
You know, they could at least let you know.
Well,
how
you know, yesterday it popped up last night where Tesla shared 4 or 5 of my videos.
Yeah, that was before I got the access back. Earl was saying that too, and I think Grayson said it was sharing a bunch of his videos.
Tesla joke.
I hit it. I mean, I didn't know what else to do to it. I went and clicked.
Hey, it
on
was giving you
hide.
exposure. You might have gained some. You know, you don't have to expose yourself like that, Charlie. They'll expose you for you.
No, I didn't know whether it was, the guy that spoofed you or what.
Now,
So did
now
you have the
what-
two-phase security that they got passed, or
Yeah, so it was my fault. So
they got his email to
they
start
got
with.
my email, which YouTube is part of Google. So when they got my Google account through my Gmail, they had access to everything.
I have two-factor authentication. When I signed in today, I had
That's
to
how I knew is because I got a
email.
doesn't work.
Huh?
I got a Gmail that said your security settings on YouTube have changed. And then when I went over to YouTube to check it, they had already logged me out.
See, that's what happened, Rich. He had the two-step authentication, but they got to his email. So when they done the two-step, it sent it to the email that they had access to, and then they changed everything.
Yeah, see, I have like separate emails set up so it doesn't go.
See,
It's
my
like-
authentication goes straight to my phone number though instead of
Same
an email.
here. It goes. I have it going to devices.
Yeah.
Right here in front of me. That way, it's
I don't send it to an
access
email.
my shit. I can see it. I'm like, nope, this ain't me.
They
Don't get
used
into my
to-
stuff.
They used to take over people's two-factor accounts through the phone number itself.
Yeah.
They'd figure out who was your provider and start calling them, and then they'd be able to take it over through the phone number.
There was nothing I could do at all. And I mean,
There's not.
It's a waste of time to try to search through Google or YouTube or any of those people. There's no way. They don't have any way to really call. If you do call, they tell you, well, there's nothing we can do on this end. So I had to actually go to a separate platform, Twitter.
Oh, that's nothing new.
Yeah,
That's the
you gotta
go-to
go to
for
Twitter
years.
to get to YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah. And Twitter's not owned by YouTube or Google or anybody, right? So I think it's owned by Elon Musk now. But
I
so
thought he sold it.
I had to tweet to them, and then they started helping in the back end. And Facebook or YouTube said, "Yep, we can verify that you were hijacked. Now get in touch with Google and let Google fix your account so we can reinstate your YouTube." So
yeah,
I mean, altogether, I think it was 5 days that I didn't have it. Felt like 5 years, but
like you're saying, though, it's such a
You're
pain
going
in
into
the ass.
withdrawals.
yeah, it's like I couldn't go online. I couldn't do live streams. I couldn't do.
Hey, Tim, just to let you know, I just now got your emails.
So it was kind of crazy.
Pardon?
I just now got your emails, Tim.
But the thing, what I found is I was concerned about that, and I did my two-step authentication through my phone. But then when I logged my Sawmill Charlie out, then all my preset
Yep. Like all that.
websites and whatever is gone, and then I had to re-log into StreamYard again, and
Anything
I'm
that
like-
you sign into with Google is gone.
yeah, it's like, man, I don't want that. I want it, everything.
Well, the other
convenient.
moral of the story is if you are a content creator, make sure that you have
Strong
your,
passwords.
well, they're going to ask you a bunch of questions like what your account code is. Well, if you can't get in to check that account code, then it's kind of hard to get to. You need to have that. If you're monetized, you need to have your AdSense information. You got, I mean, when was your YouTube site started? What was the last video you did? You know, and it's like, well, it was probably a live stream about beekeeping. And there, I mean, when did you start your YouTube channel? So it's like, well, I started my YouTube channel in 2008. However, I didn't start putting content on it until like much later, right? Because we got a lot of people that don't make content, but they have a YouTube channel. So it's like, what do you want to know? Do you want to know when I started putting videos up, or do you want to know the day that I created it? And I was off by 4 years. I told them 2012, and it was 2008.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
I mean, you just got to make sure you have the information. That's it, to give them.
You go to your account to get that information.
yeah. You go to your YouTube Studio account.
Well, when you go to share one of your videos,
Okay,
it used to be, now let me see if it's still the same way. Okay, so when you go to your channel, it'll say youtube.com/channel/ and then there'll be a code after it, right? That code, they want that code. Mine starts UCPS, right? That's what they want. They don't want the Walker B Ranch or any of that stuff. They want that code.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Tell us, Bob, what exactly is that code?
Oh, well, I mean, anybody can look at it by going to my channel. I mean, it's going to be the same code.
Yeah, it's that UC.
Yeah, so anytime you share your video, you can see that person's code every time you share their video, I guess.
Yeah, it's like your channel identifier link.
Yeah,
I wonder what they do if you went in and put in a custom URL.
Yeah, so they don't want that. They said that they consider that a shortened link. So they want that mine starts with U. I don't know if everybody's does, but mine starts with a U. They want that code that's at the end. It's like a 15 or 16 digit code.
Yeah.
And then they want, an AdSense. It's another code that you have to get. And the only way I found that code was I went to my history, right? And where I looked at AdSense the last time, there's this very long string that comes up, and I had to look up that section that started with what the little blank said it should start with, and that's what I sent them. So, but it was crazy. I mean, they went into my Facebook, because Facebook is not only Facebook, but it's Facebook, Instagram, and Meta, right? And my Walker B Ranch page on Facebook is a business page. So Meta is what controls the ads and stuff you can run on Facebook, which I mean, I've run some ads for some things in the past, but for like $25 or, just little tiny ads. And I got a notification that said, your new ad campaign started. And I went over there and looked at Meta. They had started a campaign of $14,000. And I was like, no, that's not going to work. So I got them to cancel that and everything. So it didn't cost me any money. It was just pain in the ass and time.
So was it just a spoof site, or was it a Tesla dealer that was using it, or what?
No, all I can say is that the IP address was out of Russia.
Okay.
So I don't know, if they were using a VPN or something. It is, whatever. But they just hijack people's accounts and try to spend money, I guess, on it and make it a pain in the butt for you, because they didn't really they posted one video. I mean, I guess they had to have one video up for it to work or whatever, but they were gaining subs. They were gaining subs faster than me putting out content. They were gaining.
And what
subs.
was on there? What were they on there? They were getting subs for.
It was one video of Elon Musk doing something, but I didn't watch the video, but it was, they were gaining subs like, what I say, Lee, it was like 1,900, or he might have left, but it was like they gained like 900 subs from the time they took over my channel to the time that they got squashed on there.
Wow.
That's
Maybe I
one
need
reason-
Elon Musk on my channel.
And they had
That's one
100.
reason. That's one reason to name it something like Tesla US or any type of big brand that people are going to look up. If you confuse them to clicking on your video because they don't realize that it's not the real channel.
179,000 views. And when you look at the it's funny because when you look at my studio, it says like that's 169,000 more than normal. You know.
So do you get all that now? Does that all go to you, or does that go away?
Well, the views, it says my typical view range is like 8.2 thousand to 14.7.
Well, as far as the hour time, the view time.
It says I have 11,000 watch hours. But
So you got hold on, you got 170,000 views in 5 days.
179.9, and that's gone down, right? So
Yeah, I don't know if any of that will stick once the videos deleted.
well, judging by my estimated revenue, I'm going to say no, or it was not monetized. They didn't try to monetize it.
No,
Oh,
YouTube ain't gonna let it fly if it's not their money. They're not
Well,
gonna
like me and Bob had talked about before too, the only downside to that, if they leave that on there for right now, next month if his views are down, then the algorithm's saying, "Oh well, he's got less views this month. We're not going to push him out to other viewers."
You got to do them shorts.
Well, I just need y'all to watch all of my videos 1,000 times a piece, and we'll be there, right? We'll be good.
Just start doing them shorts.
I like direct connects. Change your name or your.
I know, right?
I'm changing my name to
Now,
Tesla.
now the thing we got to worry about is that really Bob sitting there, or is that AI?
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody would make an AI this ugly, man.
Is that really Bob Walker sitting right there?
But the
Test or what? Do a paternity test.
hey, Lee, I got an order on the website for some Apis going to Shreveport.
About 4 to 5 hours from it.
Louisiana.
Shreveport. They got some activators for their pollen sub.
Nice, man.
1 pack.
So you got to drive it in person.
Oh yeah, that's cost effective as hell. I'm gonna do that. I wanted you to save on shipping and wanted to hand deliver this to you.
Oh, Ricky
Hey, if
does
you
it.
were Ricky, you'd do it.
Yeah,
And you
Ricky
did-
makes a little bit more money than I do on that. I'm pretty sure on his colonies. And he probably strings 3 or as many as he can fit in his truck on the way that he's dropping off, probably.
Yeah, when he dropped mine off, he had dropped a couple off on the way here. Dropped mine off, and I believe he still had 2 left in the back of his truck.
But he was already heading to Texas, right? So he was like going that way.
Yeah, he's coming back through here again pretty soon.
Yeah, Philip Morris is closer to Shreveport than Lee is.
Yeah.
So Bob, you just got to sell some over in Hawaii and just take a trip over there.
Right?
Did someone
You
actually
did sell some.
bought some swarm lure off of Amazon, and it was going to Hawaii. So
That's good,
Yeah,
man.
it needs a hand delivery.
yeah.
It's
Hey,
good.
I wanted to bring this one and say mahalo or whatever they say over there.
It's a business trip, man.
Aloha.
Aloha. But they
Right
say
on.
mahalo is one of their words too.
Yeah. You could just write it off as a business trip, Bob. Honestly.
Yeah. The Hive Life was my business expense.
It's been 20 years
Tina-
since I've been to Hawaii. Miss
Hand
it.
out a couple cards while you're out there. Make it totally legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta do. Wear a shirt that says your beehive, like your swarm lure on it. That's all you gotta do.
All you got to do is take somebody to lunch and pay for it and say that's business expense.
Just buy them a jar of honey. They're like, here you go. But yeah, so yeah, that's been the excitement, between that and work. Mahalo,
right.
thank you. Okay.
Okay.
See, we knew we needed a smart person in the stream. Where are you?
Hey, Bob, we had a question earlier about your neck of the woods there. When do your bees start getting ready to swarm or split down there?
Well, when they start hearing the banjos play, ding, 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 ding. Now, you know what? That's we have gotten like, I had some colonies that had I not done something last week, I imagined when it warmed up, they would have probably swarmed on me. I mean, they had 3 queen cells and 2.
So you're getting swarming already. Wow.
I'm getting queen cells, which means, and 2 of those, they had a swarm cell in each one. So they were thinking about it. So I gave them some more room, did the little split, and but usually I've caught swarms in March here. And I saw somebody on Facebook had one in San Antonio like last month already. So
yeah, nothing here, dude. I have never seen a swarm of bees. Not once since I started.
Well, unfortunately, if you're like me, the first swarm you'll see will be your own.
Most likely, a lot of these guys, like mine took a little hit with this cold. But I was telling these guys what I was seeing. They said it's normal, so I'm real hopeful when I go out tomorrow.
You know, I made that little live yesterday with that colony that's now in like that I moved all the way down to the 2-frame nuke.
Yeah.
You go back to last May, Ricky Rourke came down to my place. That is the same colony we went in that day that was stinging the crap out of me, that had probably 100,000 bees in it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a monster. And now it's two medium frames in a 2-frame box. And I'm done.
Didn't you steal a lot of resources from that?
No, not that.
Didn't
colony.
you like take? No, you didn't.
I left a bunch of honey on it, and I'm in talking to James. After we put resources in it and moved it down to a medium box, and they didn't do anything, he said that queen could just be spent, could just be out of sperm, right? And so.
How many years was the queen?
Well, see, that was the question. That was a new nuke that I got this year. So that was one of those nukes that I bought from at Blythewood Bee Company that had been. I got them for a discount because people didn't pick them up and they were sitting there. And I was like, I'll take 5 of them and put them in the back of the truck. Out of those 5, I've got 3 of them that are still live at the moment. But one of them is definitely, that little one is probably going to die. Actually, Sam from South Carolina Happy Bees, he called me up and said, hey, you mind if I come get that colony and see if I can nurse it back for you? I said, no, I don't mind, because I'm going to let them die. Because I'm not going to keep robbing. I'm not going to fall into the same trap that I did last year, right? Where I was making splits too thin. I'm going to try to make solid splits this year. And hopefully the bees will assist me with that. I've got a few colonies that are pretty nice, and then I've got some that aren't so nice. And I think I'm gonna try to do a reset.
So that one's not laying.
They're not. She's not doing.
So that one's
nothing.
not laying at all.
No, she's not doing nothing. I mean, she's only got like a little tiny cluster now. They just keep getting smaller and smaller. And so you saw me put the nurse bees in there, and I put 1 medium frame with some bees and brood in there. But if that don't work, if she don't start doing something, I'm done. I'm not going to keep wasting those resources from the other hives this time of year. You know, I can just, if she dies, I'll just make my splits and, you know, start over.
I took her out and just let her be monitored somewhere. And when she wasn't doing anything, I eventually let my brother.
Well, see, this is just not. I mean, yeah, last year I did make my split too early, so I was trying to hang on a little bit longer now, right, to let the population grow up, try to give them some room, maybe some drawn comb out to where she might lay up some extra bees. South Carolina Happy Bees, Sam is his name. and try to work with it. But I'm almost of the mindset the same as what Bruce Jenny did last year. Just get a bunch of queen cells and drop a queen cell in each one and let them sort it out, let them hatch, and may the
Duke it out.
May the odds forever be in their favor, right? And
yeah, Sam builds a lot of nukes. I see his channel. That's what he does. He does a lot of nukes.
yeah, Sam is primarily a nuke guy. He does have some 8 frames and 10 frame, but his business model is around making nukes.
Mm-hmm.
However, I've talked to Sam a lot about it, where Sam does things Sam's way, and that's awesome. It's not probably the way that I would do it, but they're not my bees, so it doesn't matter. But
not your damn bees.
Right.
Leave him out of it.
That's how it is. I'm just trying to help him a little bit with possibly streamlining his process as far as he does a lot of walk away splits to make his queens. He doesn't raft, right? So that drags out the time that he can fulfill his orders to his customers. How do I know that? Because it happened to me, right? When I ordered my nukes the first year, I got 1 the first year, and the next 4 I didn't get till my second year because he couldn't produce the queens.
And Sam sells his queens and nukes, I'm guessing, right? That's what he does. He
just nukes.
Okay, so he's selling nukes. So he's got a good little business model going then.
Mm-hmm.
I would think, like, what he's doing, like his nuke yard. Hey, Hell Hives.
Y'all still on? Bob's talking and Chuck is quiet. Go figure.
No, we're not. We're not here. We're not here. No,
We're
just
figment of your imagination. Yes,
figment of your imagination.
Damn speed.
Yeah,
that's it.
You're quiet tonight, Charlie.
I don't know, y'all talking. I mean,
That's in Oklahoma. He said he got 1 storm last year, April 15th.
Hey, so I got those 6 frame nukes, right, from Lyson. They're beautiful. I love the 6 frame nuke. However, I was gonna try to do the Ian Stepler method of 3 6s and 2 10s on top of it, right? But Lyson, in their infinite wisdom, uses 7/8 for their nuke boxes, but their 10 frame colonies, the walls are like 2 inches thick. So it doesn't line up. The measurements don't work.
Now, would a standard 10 frame wood fit?
I haven't tried.
I saw that on your video, and I wasn't sure. Was it the outside? Was it the outside that's not lining up, or the inside?
Neither one. So if I put 2 10s up there, they overhang the 3 6s by however much on the sides, and which causes the middle nuke to have about a 4-inch wall right in the middle of it, right? So there's basically a frame on each side of that where they can come up. So would it work? Maybe. It would look weird, but it could possibly work.
Try putting 2 of the regular 10 frame wooden ones that you got on top tomorrow. See if that works. That's what I was wanting to know if they fit. If they did, I might end up buying 3 of them poly nukes just to test it out.
Yeah, I was thinking, well, it's Lyson that it should have the same wall thickness on the boxes, but no, they're different. So maybe, I don't know. The thing is, then I'm going from 7/8 on the nuke thickness to 3/4 on the American box thickness. So it might be something where I have to make 2.
So you have to suspend it.
Do what?
So you have to suspend it in the middle, I guess, is the idea.
Yeah, so what they do is they slap those 3 nukes up close to each other, and then they put queen excluders on top of those, and then they put the deeps over top of those. So those nukes can keep producing, and as they grow big, then the bees go up to start working in the supers. So I don't know.
So now yours hangs over both sides, I guess.
Yeah,
your nukes will hang off the edges of the.
No, the 10 frame boxes that go on top hang over the sides because the nukes are on the bottom.
Gotcha.
So I'll have to, I don't know, maybe just go ahead and buy 2 Lyson bottom boards, and then but see, that's a whole nother problem then, because then I've got the bottom board, I've got basically 2 single brood chambers, right? but it doesn't really fit any of my other equipment. The wood will fit on it. I mean, I could set the wood on it, but then you got basically sticking out on the sides and, like a ledge. So I don't know if that'll affect water getting into them or what.
So what were you going to try to do? Make a pallet like Brad
Well, I
did?
was just going to use my high stand and mash the 3 nukes up together because I use those rails, right? So I was just going to
Yeah, but you say you didn't buy bottom boards.
No, my nukes came with bottom boards, but I didn't buy bottom boards for my deep boxes that I got, the licensed deep boxes to go on top.
Okay.
So now it's like I got tops, but I don't have bottoms. So
Nukes over or under 210.
3 nukes under 3x6 nukes under 210 frames.
So now you got to make adapter shims. 3/4 inch shims.
Yeah, I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I thought about just buying a couple lice and hive kits and just have 2 lice and hives. And, I don't know. It just, again, it's more equipment, not only more equipment, but it's more different equipment. And it kind of goes against the getting things.
What's up, MKY?
Well, at least your frames still fit, though. Your frames are
the
moved
frame
from box to box.
Matter of fact, those boxes that I got from Lice and the Deeps, I bought them with. I needed foundation anyway, so I bought them with frames in them. So,
How's the gap on the edge of the frame? Do they have, some people complain there's too much gap when you put the frames in there, all 5, and there's a big groove, or is it pretty even?
they're pretty good. I mean, they fit perfect. It's
I've got a 5 or a 6 frame nuke box from Lyson. I've used it. I wanted to use it for more of a queen rearing thing, so if there's a cool night at night, it would hold the heat better.
I'd say that one probably holds the heat pretty well, right, Bob? On a cool night,
should. I mean, they're what? It's an inch thick poly on the nukes and 2-inch thick poly on the 10 frames. But that makes I mean, it's a huge box, so it's a lot different.
So Lee, what's that? An RFI 5 or something?
That one I don't know. I don't know what the R value on them.
I don't know.
I think it's like around 6.
I was about to say I don't even remember if it said it on the site or not.
Yeah, I don't think it says it on the site.
I think it's somewhere around 6.
But I just bought the super and the lids because I didn't need the bottom boards because I thought that they would be the same width of poly, but since they're not, now it's like, well, now I'll just buy 2 bottoms, but then I'm stacking regular wood boxes on them, which I know they will stack up.
How thick is the insulation on the lid?
Oh, it's about the same. I mean, it's all pretty chunky stuff. Actually, it's still sitting outside because I painted it yesterday, and now it rained today. So, but it's spendy. I mean, that box with frames was $74. So for a deep.
But if it holds up longer than wood, I guess it's profitable.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of what Kyle was saying on the stream last week is if it lasts longer and it's quicker to put together and it mainly keeps the bees alive, right? So if it keeps the bees alive and they do better in it, then what's the
saving
value?
$150 a year?
Well, 10 frames is what, $40 nowadays if you go on anybody's website. So I mean, I got 20 new frames and 2 deeps and 2 lids and don't have the bottom boards for them. So
their frames are wood?
No, I'm using plastic. I do have some wood ones, but I'm using primarily plastic.
That was the licensed 10 frame box deep with frames.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's
74, 75.
And let me see. they were having a problem, I guess, getting the bottom boards or something. But the bottom board with the reducer is like $20. No, I'm lying. It's $34. So that's the thing too. So that's the reason why I was kind of against getting it to begin with. But I thought that maybe it would line up. But standardized equipment. What is that? Why would people make everything standard? Charlie dipped out on us.
Isn't there a bottom board about what wood go for? $30-some?
I don't know. I haven't bought any bottom boards this last year, and last year they were around $20 a piece.
So it's almost the same.
Poly is about R5 per inch, so that would make it around R10. I mean, it's thick, so.
Look like a regular 10 frame screened bottom board on Better Bees, about $24.50.
A regular wooden one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that poly one is quite a bit more expensive. But they say the Bees Max or the B Max, is that what it's called? B Max one is cheaper. And I don't know why. I'm not that big into poly. The only reason I was buying those boxes to begin with was to set that deal up. But if the hey, who knows? Maybe the B Max one has the same dimensions. Maybe that's what I needed. Maybe they're 7/8. I don't know. I don't have a B Max 10 frame to measure. B Max unassembled hive. No, it looks the same as the Lyson one, just cheaper looking, cheaper built.
So maybe that's the standard then for those hives. They all do it the same.
Could be. Hey, if I buy 50 of them, I can get them for $26 instead of $28.
What were those styrofoam hives being sold there at Hive Life?
At the Better Bee one?
No, not the Better Bee. The ones back in the corner there.
Paradise Bee Box.
Paradise. Is that the Canadian company?
Finland.
They were new. I believe they weren't out yet. I think they just were prototypes or something. They were.
Oh, you're talking about like the Hive IQ ones that were back there?
Yeah, those, yeah.
Hive IQ.
I was impressed. Yappy was up there bouncing on one of those things. I mean, they just look like styrofoam boxes, and Yappy was just bouncing on them, and they were holding up.
Yeah, the Hive IQ ones, they looked good. They I don't think they were very cheap because they had all those sensors and all in it,
Yeah, gadgets, electronics.
Yeah, we got James McNally in the comments.
Hey, James, how you doing? I was going to say this evening, but it's guess not that late over there.
No, it's early.
See, James is 2 hours behind me, so it's 7:45 his time.
He's working though. Saw him on I had both streams running at the same time. I had your stream over here, and I had Brad's on the other screen, so I was watching both chats at the same time.
I guess the wife was happy, so you can come on now, huh?
Yeah, got to keep the wife happy, right?
Oh, absolutely.
She said she heard that from the kitchen over there. So
happy wife.
We getting on to him. Make sure he does his job right now.
If my wife's listening, absolutely keep the wife happy.
Oh, 8:45 where he's at. There's Charlie.
Hey, Charlie's back.
Yeah, I'm back.
2 hours behind me. He might
Tim's
be-
going for a marathon tonight, 3 hours.
That's right. James is 1 hour behind.
It's 3 hours. Yeah, it's 9:45 here. It's 10 o'clock almost.
So see, if I had Canadian woodware, it would fit perfectly.
Canadian woodware, huh?
Canadian
Yeah,
woodware is 7/8 inches.
Oh, that's right. That's right. They use a different thickness
compared to our measly 3/4. So I guess I could buy some. Well, 1 inch stock here is actually 3/4, right? It's not 7/8.
You want 5/4.
I was about to say it should be more than 3/4.
It's 5/4.
Well, it's 5/4, which is 1 inch. You have to
5/4 is 1.25 inches thick.
Inch
So
and
the
a quarter.
quarter is
and
for
up, and
planing?
after it's plane, then it's down to 1 inch.
Oh, I got you.
And then you got to plane
So
it down another eighth.
Eighth at a
So the
time.
planing is a quarter.
Well, plane two sides off is an eighth of an inch off each sides.
Eighth each.
So
That's
we
that-
don't
that's that
have
lumber
a
talk.
standard. There's no standard lumber at the hardware store that would be 7/8 thick. Unless it's like
Hey, Tim, you got people staying up late to watch you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
I
gonna.
don't know if they're
Yeah,
all
Char-
here to see Charlie. Charlie's back on is why they're here.
Yeah, Charlie, you got
Yeah, I'm on out, guys.
you got
I'll
to
get-
train me on that, Charlie.
no,
I just
Thanks
saw
for trying
build
to-
it and took a guess.
Yeah.
7/8 US, but
Nighttime
what we're
time.
saying is the equipment is different, right? So ours is 3/4, which is 6/8. Right? Is that right? No,
There's the conversion.
James gave you a conversion there.
no, 7/8 is 7/8, but 3/4 is
Every quarter has 2 eighths.
I
2,
get
4, 5,
that.
6.
I
Or
understand.
it has 4
I can do
16ths.
the math on this.
This is South Carolina math. Is that how that works, Bob?
But the thing is, do we not have a lumber at the hardware store that is already pre-cut to 7/8?
No.
Nah, not at the hardware store. Now, if you go
Now,
to a
Charlie
wood mill
Thomas'
or anything like
sawmill,
that,
I can make it for you.
You go to a sawmill, they'll have rough cut that's probably 7/8 inch or 5/4 actually.
Math is hard. No, it is not.
Well, that's what's confusing. You go to a lumber store, and none of the lumber is the size they tell you. A 2x4 is not 2x4.
nope, not anymore. Now, actually, if
That's
you in the
warehouse are
plant,
doing that.
if you go in the plants, your scaffold builders do have true 2x4s and 2x12s.
Oh, yeah.
But that's an
Oh.
OSHA regulation. It
And-
has to be that thickness.
One buys at the store are not 1 inch; they're 3/4.
You get into a house that's about 50 or 60 years old, and you will have real 2x4s in the wall.
4 out of 3 people are bad at math.
Yeah, but you gotta understand something. You're buying finished lumber,
Right.
not unfinished lumber. That's the difference. You go to the hardware store, you buy in finished. If it's 3/4, it started out at 1 inch. If it's 1 inch, it started out as 1.25 or 5/4, as we say in the lumber business.
So what's the point? I guess I don't understand. Why would you, if you owned a company, why would you have different boxes with different thickness? Why would you have, like with poly, why would you have 2-inch walls on a 10 frame box, but 7/8 on a nuke box?
I don't know. That's kind of odd. I thought that would be all standardized.
That's what I thought.
Probably the size, Bob, the outside dimensions in order so it fits other standard wooden wear.
Well, I know it. That's one reason why I like the Lyson was because it doesn't have that little lip, right? That like Paradise B box has. So I can set a box on it, but then you got wood and then the poly sticks out, right? So that's a ledge that water could seep in, is what I was thinking anyway.
Well, that lip should be the other direction coming up, though, right?
No, well, okay. So for the first box, right, the nukes together are narrower than the 2 10 frame boxes that are going on top. So there'll be an overhang over the nukes, but then if I put another box on top, now it's the other direction. So there's a ledge on top and an overhang on the bottom. So, but
Hey, Charlie,
2 4-frame
how-
box, 2 4-frame nukes will fit on top of a 10-frame box, but 2 5-frame nukes will not.
right. And that's the whole
and 3
stupidity with
6
beekeeping. So everybody in the United States,
2 10 frames fit on top of each other. That's why I'm saying. That's why I've seen Ian set up before. He's got the 3 6-frame nukes or whatever on top or on bottom of 2 10-frame boxes, and those fit pretty close.
correct. But they also use different dimension of wood, right? You can't buy a US 6-frame box. You have to build that.
Yeah, but it still builds out a 3/4 frame lumber.
Right. No, it's not.
Up there at 7/8.
It's 7/8. So that's why I said, okay, 7/8. Well, the Lyson, matter of fact, Brian at Flower Street measured his, and he said it was 7/8 thick on the nuke box. So I bought the 3 nuke boxes, the licensed ones. I'm like, okay, that's great. I'll buy the deep boxes. They're also 7/8, right? In my mind, I'm like, same company, should be the same thickness. No, it's not.
Are you talking about poly or wood?
Poly, because we can't.
So they're from They're from Canada then.
You can't get the lumber across the border.
Right. So
I mean, the polys are from Canada.
Now, if I made it, if I went to the store and bought all the lumber to make the 3 nukes and all that stuff in the boxes, yeah, it would fit because all the wood dimensions would be the same thickness.
Well, what I was saying was Ian's boxes that I've seen, he's got 3 6-frame ones that are built out of wood on top of 2 10-frame boxes.
Correct. However, all of their wood dimensions are 7/8 thick, which is almost an inch thick.
On both the 10-frame boxes and on the 6-frame boxes that he's
Correct,
built?
which gives them the exact same dimensions. All we can buy down here is like 5-frame nukes, unless you go to poly.
Yeah. Now I do have a couple of the 4-frame deeps and a couple of 4-frame mediums,
which is
that will fit on regular 10-frame.
And that's the retarded part about it. That's what I'm saying. I've got 2 frames and 5 frames. I can put 2 2-framers side by side over a 5-frame. That works. Who knows? I might be able to put 2 5-frames on top of a 10-frame, but it'll have a overhang, right? Because in the center, now we're looking at 1.5 inches thick in the middle of it.
But if you buy a Better Bee, what do they call them, a resource hive or whatever, it's got a 2-frame brood box on the bottom and essentially 2 4-frame nukes on top, right?
Yeah,
right.
That's how I have one of them.
Yeah, I've got one of those.
And
it's a 10-frame box on the bottom with a divider board in the middle.
Right.
I'm sorry, say that again, Lee.
It's a 10-frame box with a divider board in the middle.
On the bottom.
And you got an entrance coming out each direction, and then you put 4 frames on top of that. 2 4-frames.
2 4-frame boxes that is all built out of 3/4 lumber, though, right?
I got 2 4-frame deeps I can put on top of that, and then I have 2 more 4-frame mediums that I can put on that.
However, I could take my licensed box deeps apart and carry them up to Charlie and let them run through the planer.
But the only thing is, Mr. Paul, he's trying to get 3 nukes side by side to fit on the 10-frame.
3 frames?
3 6 frames. And then you turn.
Now, what I could do is I can make you the 7/8 boards, and I'll take it over there to Jason at Bohemia Bees, who has a box cutting machine, and notch the darn box, the fingers. That would work.
And, so, Bob, you got a bunch of 3-frame nukes, as I recall, from last year, right?
2-frame nukes.
A bunch of 3-frame nukes across two 10-frame bottoms.
Yeah, I've got 2-frame nukes, and I've got 5-frame nukes, and I've got 10-frame deeps, and I've got 10-frame mediums. That's what.
So you're missing the 3 and the 4 to add to your collection.
I know, right? That's the thing. That's my gripe right now. Why can't they just do the math and be like, okay,
just take a bunch of your 2-frame boxes and cut some holes in the side of them, and you put 2 of them together here,
now
2 together here, and 2 together there.
Technically, I could take probably a 10-frame box with a queen excluder and use 4 2-framers on top of that box. But then you're using a lot of resources and getting a little work, right? So the 3 6s, that's 18 frames filling out 10 frames of comb. So it's a little bit more, I guess, robust there.
How I solved this problem is the gentleman that was on this chat earlier this evening is I bought his horizontal hive with 6 different compartments that I could raise queens and stuff in.
Yep.
Right, but this is to take those nukes and allow them to make honey for you. But I wasn't even worried about the honey. I was going to use the 3 6-frame nukes to draw comb out for me. So I could have them drawn 10 frames basically at a time. But
Spanky got a haircut.
Yep.
A little ear lowering in the mountains. You doing all right, Spanky?
Why don't you just put 5 frames over 5 frames and then draw the wax out and be done with it?
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's not new and unusual. We try to be exotic beekeepers around here. We're not trying to be
different,
regular, everyday beekeepers. Where's
I'm like Bob on that one though. I would like to try the 3 nukes on bottom, filling up the 10 frames on top just to see how much they fill out, like Ian and Brad and filling them.
Where's the exciting content in that, Charlie? Well, I got my nuke here. We're doing single brood chamber management, and we're gonna add this second 5 frame box. I'm trying. That's my Charlie impersonation.
Don't forget the popcorn.
I throw in popcorn. I see a spoof video coming. A bag of popcorn. He's just chucking it at his face.
So if you put 3 5 frames on top of 2 10 frames, how much gap do you have left over?
If I do what now?
3 5 frames over 2 10 frames.
I don't know if the dimensions of. Well,
you got 16 1/4 and 16 1/4 is going to be 32 1/2, right? That's
right.
2-inch frames. And then the dimension of a 5 frame box across is how much?
I don't know.
I don't remember offhand.
It's 6 and I don't know.
As far as Mark's answer, Willie Bees has a licensed hive. That's
I've been watching Willie Bees. He's got the licensed hive, and it seems like it does good. I mean, he's pretty much gone all to poly now. He's starting to replace and go all to poly, which, hey, the 2 nukes that I have out there right now, the bees seem to be doing good in it at the moment.
They're not rotten.
They're not rotting. Y'all make beekeeping too much brain work. Hey, well, we're trying to accomplish something that I might only have to live in Canada to be able to accomplish. Or, just the dimensions of the lumber is what's messing it up. I didn't mean to hijack.
Hey, Bob, it sounds like another import.
We got Sawmill Charlie there. Can't he make something up special for you?
Yeah, I can do it. I just have to get some 1.1/8 lumber.
See,
plane it down to 7/8.
And he'll even drive it up to you.
Yeah.
Or
Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you, Charlie. Charlie was going down to Georgia, and he cut across Highway 301.
Was he playing the fiddle?
It's about 30 minutes from me.
Is that where it's at? I thought you were an hour.
From the highway, from 95, but it depends where you cut across 301 at. If you went down to Georgia and hit 301, then maybe not.
We got off at what's it called, Santee or?
Yeah. So when you got on Santee, you came to a small little town called Ellery, and hit 301. And that little town of Ellery was where I was a police officer when I first got out of the military. Little Mayberry one stoplight town. And it's not that far, but it is what it is. Charlie just rolled on through, didn't say, "Hey man, what you doing? You want to go to?"
Well, the thing of it is, it's not my truck or my bees. And
right.
We were going north. That was with bees, and when you're loaded with bees, you don't stop. Is that for fuel and a break?
Well, heck, Bob, Charlie didn't tell you he stopped by and seen me.
I'm sure everybody does. They probably called me to get your phone number before they stopped by to get you.
Yeah, we're gonna go fishing up there.
I'm not going to call any names, but somebody didn't even invite me to their celebration stream this evening, Tim. But I'm just saying they hijacked my co-host. I'm gonna start charging rent. Where do I need to start sending these invoices for y'all taking my production department?
We was giving Bob heck though, because Randy the Dirt Rooster has to call Bob to get my phone number. Then Bob has to call Randy to get in touch with me in the Half-Life conference.
Yeah.
And then 2 days after the conference, Don Summers had to text Bob, "Hey, send this picture to Lee."
Right, because Lee's not on Facebook. And then I said, And this is the capper right here. So I've been talking to Ricky about making these boxes, right? These Langstroth boxes, and it turns out it won't work. But that's a whole nother story. But he's getting them. He thinks he's getting them near completion. He's like, "Well, I'm gonna send some down to Lee." I'm like, "To Lee? I'm the one who's been working with you and wanting to buy them from you. You just send them to Lee to test them out." I'm like, "Oh man, no respect."
Seriously, Lee, my wife was asking, how much does Lee charge for all of this?
Needs to
Fun.
start, doesn't he?
It's all in fun.
Well, I mean, I know just from in the last year, right? We're coming up on 1 year. Next month will be a year for our stream.
Yeah.
You've helped out Hillbilly Hives Live get started with their streaming, right? In the back, or at least gave them some education on how to use StreamYard pointers. Then Tim helped Tim out a little bit. Help Brad and them out, right? Brad, the Faith Apiaries, with his stream software, or no?
Nah, I didn't help them.
Oh,
He had one earlier tonight.
Yeah, no, but 1 year, boy.
Grace.
Ian's been struggling with us for a year. He's like, geez, these guys.
Hey, Bob, just to let you know, we got somebody in here that might be able to get you some of that good Canadian wood.
I know.
Hey,
Don't
James.
laugh at that. James, I'm surprised
I could
James
not-
not even be
I
seen in the
could
same
not
stream with
join.
me anymore.
Oh, holy! I could not join. I mean, holy. I'm out in the woodshed, and it's like, all right, here we go. So 7/8.
Right.
But 7/8 Canadian's only like 3/8 American, right?
Well, you know, it's not like the dollar.
Well, seven. What I was trying to say is the box, because of the way your boxes normally come at 7/8, the dimensions all line up.
Correct.
Where
And that's the key. So that's really the key. The dimensions have to fit for doing what we do. So the 3 6-frame nuke boxes, the outside to outside dimensions are exactly the same as our 2-frame or our 2-way pallet. So they're the exact outside dimensions of the 10-frame boxes. And that's key, because part of what making or part of what you need to do to make everything work is you got to be able to put exactly 2 queen excluders on top of the 6-frame boxes, you know, the 3 of them on the bottom to fit the 2 up top. And that's how you get the honey crop out of them. And that those measurements, as much as I was giving Bob a hard time, they're really crucial and critical to make everything fit.
But I sent you those photos, and you could see it very clearly wouldn't work, right?
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. What you know, and the dimensions are just too far off. So,
Yeah.
you know,
So I went out and measured, James. I went out and measured a 5-frame for us, and it's 9 7/8 wide. So you put 3 9 7/8 wide 5-frame nukes together, and you get essentially 29 5/8 to put on top of a 32 1/4 of two 10-frame boxes.
Right. So that there's kind of that's really kind of the issue. Like, those two have to fit.
Yep.
So you know, and if they don't, the system won't work.
Yep. So the 7/8 on yours, if you're putting 7/8 wood and still putting 5-frame, the difference in 3/4 and 7/8 is adding to that 9 7/8 inch dimensions. You're really putting about essentially about 10 1/4. I guess yours are 10 1/4, almost 10 1/2 wide for a 5-frame nuke.
Right. But the key to remember there too is all of our woodware up here in Canada is 7/8 thick.
Right.
And that's finished lumber, so that's planed as well, Charlie. And our 10-frame boxes are all 7/8 too. And the reason they're 7/8, now I'm only guessing on this, but I think the reason they're 7/8, excuse me, is to give us that extra R value up here for the cold weather that we have to go through.
But you all still maintain at 7/8 inch lumber. You all are still maintaining the inside dimension.
Correct.
Right.
It's the.
Oh, Just lost
Yep.
or
Lost
froze up.
frozen.
No, we're using it's 3/4. So technically 3/4
So the
is
inside dimensions are crucial, but the overall of the queen excluders. Nope, there you are. I thought I lost everybody, but yeah. So the two crucial things are the dimensions of the queen excluders and the dimensions of the boxes themselves.
See, our 10 framed queen excluder is 16.25 wide.
Yeah. So Ian, you're on here, or James, you're on there. You're measuring a 10 frame box. What's the outside diameter? What's the outside dimension of a 10 frame box using 7/8 lumber?
Well,
and maintaining the interior dimension.
Right. So we're 20 1/8 by 16 7/8, right? That's just the standard box, which gives you the inside dimension of 18 1/8 by 14 7/8.
Yeah, so your outside dimensions are 3/4 longer than ours.
All right, Bob, I have a fix for you here.
What's that?
Better be. You got medium, or you can go deep. But if you look right here, wood thickness, 3/4, or 7/8 for 80 cents more.
7/8. Do they have a deep one like that?
Well, I'm gonna, for 7/8 lumber, y'all are running 16 7/8 width. Yeah, so that's a whole 3/4 wider than using 3/4 lumber down here for us.
Yep, here you go.
But that you also said 20 1/8 on the other dimension, right?
Correct. We're 20 1/8. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
ours
still
is 20
about,
1/4.
Deep 7/8 is $1.50 more.
We're 19 7/8 deep on a 3/4 inch box.
And Better Bee can do that because they actually build their own boxes. They make their own
7/8.
boxes.
I can buy 7/8 from Better Bee in wood. So I would have wood on poly, but that doesn't matter as long as the dimensions are.
As long as it fits. Because that's what I was trying to figure out. I was wanting to actually try it out myself to see, how the system worked down here. Put 3 of the 6 frame nukes and then the 10 frame on top.
So Ian's saying he buys his excluders from Man Lake and they fit. But are those metal frame excluders, Ian, and they don't actually fit? They still got a little recess inside of them, inside your boxes, I would imagine.
6645, but that's also with 10 frames.
That's with frames. Now that's with the black plastic frames. If you want to go with the wood and black plastic, which I like the wood frames, you're looking at $82.95.
Well, the deeps that I bought, we saw those were 70 something with the frames in them. So yeah, that's the thing.
I'll tell you, at Hive Life they had like 40. I bought them from Kelly last for $44 for a deep box with frames and foundation. But at Hive Life, I think they had them for like 47 or something like that, or 49, which was a great deal.
Maybe they're recessed a bit.
Maybe they're recessed a little bit. Yeah, I think they probably are, because if they're standard box, because mine fit right to the edge. My metal framed excluders fit right to the edge. So if you've got another 3/4 inch on the outside, then you probably got maybe 3/8 or whatever, or maybe a 1/4 inch of a recess around
and
there.
You got to have those two excluders together in the middle, right?
You got to butt up together.
They have to butt right tight. And the key of why they have to butt right tight is you got to keep those queens down in those nuke boxes.
Right. But where those recesses?
If you use a US extruders, you're going to have eventually like an inch on each side missing.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't use Canadian and US excluders. I mean, where's customs going to fit in all of this?
Yeah. Well, the problem is when you got 3 5-framers on there and 2 excluders, you've actually got a seam that's running right down the middle of one of those 5-frame boxes.
And you do that with the queen excluders with the 6-frame boxes as well, where the queen excluders butt together. Exactly. So those 2 queen excluders butt right together in the center.
Right. Exactly.
And that's what keeps the queen down. So you're right. You do have that seam that runs right in the center.
But any gap that you have is covered up by the woods on the outside edges.
Well, the queen excluders go right together, but
any play that you have would be on the outside.
Yeah, well, there is none. Like I said, that's the sweet thing about this is those the dimensions are all exact. So when those queen excluders touch each other in the center of the center 6-frame nuke box, they fit right to the outside of the outside 6-frame nuke boxes. Like the dimensions all fit perfectly.
Yeah, I don't think man likes making Canadian excluders and U.S. excluders. Though.
Yeah,
no.
Williams asking right here, the seam where the two 10 frames come together, wouldn't that be on the seam of that queen excluder?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely. Yeah,
but the 6-frame nukes, no. It'd be in the middle of one of them.
That middle 6 frame would have the seam in it, so nothing a little duct tape won't fix. Duct tape together, I guess. I don't know.
So, I mean, if you plan on doing it permanent like that, you can just go ahead and kind of tie wrap them together so that they hold tight.
Yeah, it was going to be an experiment, but this experiment's getting kind of expensive already. I mean, I've spent a few $100 on it already. $300 already. Easy.
Some things you got to just say no, Bob.
Now you just got to get the Better Be 7/8 boxes.
Yeah,
it's that bee drug. You just have to say no.
Yeah.
Right, just got to say no.
So I may have missed it. I didn't hear how the Walker Bee Stud Farm new YouTube channel's coming along.
Well, hey, just to let you know, I had 176,000 views. I'm sorry, I lied. 179,900 views.
Did they get you back? I didn't hear.
Oh yeah, we're back. I'm back.
Okay.
But it's still showing the views from the other channel. 11,000 watch hours. Of course, none of it was monetized, right? So,
but you're selling Teslas now too, is that right?
Yeah, I'm selling Teslas and Russian Teslas.
Okay.
From Russia.
Russian Teslas.
But yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see. Knowing me, I'll probably go ahead and buy those other boxes and the bottoms for the other ones. So I don't know how to figure it. I know how to figure it out, but I don't know if I want to run. See, this is the dilemma. If I start building those other poly hives, then I got to have a whole poly hive setup, right? I've got to have extra boxes and stuff, or I'm stacking wood on poly, which I don't, that doesn't bother me. But
buy you some bottom boards and just do 5/5 with those new poly hives you've got.
Do what,
hey, James? Is it legal to paint online?
Is it legal to what?
Legal.
Paint your hives on live?
Well, actually, these aren't hives. So here, let me show you.
I know what they are.
Let me see if I can bear with me here. Just got to figure out how to do this.
Blow them up, Lee. Make them full screen. Oh,
he hit the wrong button.
Pull the plug.
No, I said, Bob, buy some bottom boards. Buy some 5-frame bottom boards and just go 5/5 with your poly hives on top. That's all you need to do.
Just buy the complete.
Now you're
poly.
sounding like Charlie.
Okay, so that wasn't the way to do that. So here's what these are. I don't know if you can kind of see it.
What the freak?
Let's do it this way.
Display box
for a store.
So these are my displays. So I've got another store I got to do tomorrow. So
not only that, but it's a hack for if you got weird laws like we do in South Carolina for how to sell your honey in somebody else's store. And so James,
what is that? You can't sell them unless they're in a box.
No. So one of the things that when I was down at Hive Life talking to Bob Binney, and he actually mentions it on a couple of his his videos. So he had mentioned if you've got to sell your honey beside somebody else that's selling their honey, the customers are going to look at the honey and they're just there to buy honey, but they're going to buy the honey from whatever package or whatever display catches their attention. So I built these displays out of hives. I built these out of hive boxes. The back is foundation. So I'm trying to catch the customer's attention, if you will. So
Are they
a
beat
little
up?
bit of the marketing.
Are they beat up, James?
No,
No,
brand new.
They're brand new boxes. So they're part of this pile right here.
Holy,
Yeah, but what I'm getting at
Holy
is,
smolies.
I think if you look at Benny's Bob's videos, he was upstairs or whatever, and he used some old, beat up, painted boxes that, oh, these are real boxes, and it's where the honey was displayed.
well,
Right. So these are real boxes. The problem is as you guys know, I ran out of equipment last year. All the boxes I have they're full of bees. So they're pretty much all in the bee shed. So I don't have spare boxes. So these are brand new boxes, and basically I painted them up with a water-based stain. What does it say?
Do they charge you for floor space as opposed to shelf space?
So they absolutely do. And what they're doing here is, I did some quick calculations. So I was talking to Brad right after his show here earlier. So I'm renting 3 square feet. So of floor space. So in this 3 square feet of floor space, what did I figure out? This is going to hold almost 80 kilograms of honey in 3 square feet doing it like this. So, I don't get $10 a pound, but for what I sell it up here, so that's almost $1,000 worth of honey that's going to be in this 3 square feet, and that's how they're charging it. So they would charge me additional if they had to supply the display, and what they were going to charge me for the display, I would have paid for this lumber and these boxes in 2 months. So, henceforth, spend a little bit of time in the wood shop. Make a display to attract the customer, and I'm hoping it's going to pay off in the long run. I won't know, but I got to get these done and get these out of here because I got to get back building boxes. I got to get them all dipped and stuff, and I've running out of time for that too.
Just make sure you got enough weight in the bottom of them to keep any tilting from happening.
Well, and that's the good thing about this is it's all, no matter where you want to put the weight, it's all centered. So it's all centered and it's all going right onto the floor. So this is all built out of 3/4 inch
American boxes.
What?
Built out of American boxes.
Yeah, well, the bottom is built out of American box thickness, but no. So yeah, there was a lot of thought that went into this. So and like I said, I put a lot of thought into it to put as much honey as I could in 3 square feet, and make every square foot count.
But also, it's a kind of around that rule that we were talking about, where you have to sell directly to the consumer, because
Correct.
he's renting the space. They pay him for what he sold in the store.
So it's a lot like a farmer's market. Basically, the consumers are buying it directly from me.
So even though the store's collecting the money, they're paying James directly. He's basically selling it directly to the customer.
Correct. I'm selling it directly to the customer. Absolutely.
And all
Okay,
they
so
get,
all the store gets is the floor space cost.
The store gets the floor space rental, yeah. And floor space rental, and then she takes a percentage to just like, she's my employee, if you will.
Isn't that like a lot of these box stores do anyway? They sell their floor space and.
I'm not sure. I don't know how they do it down there.
I used to work for
laws that we've got to follow up here. So the way it's in Alberta, I can sell like the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Now I have that as well. So I have that paperwork completed. I have all my food safe. My bottling area has been inspected by the health inspectors. So I have all that as well. So it really doesn't make a whole lot of difference to me one way or the other. It's just saving me a little bit of money. I'll be honest with you.
I used to do Toys R Us, and they used to have their merchandisers, and they have their little spots, and they come in with their people. That was their spot, and they would stock it, arrange it, and it was their spot.
Oh, could be the setup the same way. I'm not sure. I'm not too familiar with it.
But that's a good idea if you can get into a local market and they collect the money for you, and you just get it paid when you go in there and you say, "Hey, I left you a case of these," and they verify you had a case on the shelf, and now you got 5 left. Well, they're going to pay you, 7 for 7 bottles or whatever it is.
Oh yeah, like the cash box basically sits right here. Somebody wants a thing, they drop $15 in my cash box, and they take their honey and away they go.
That's why when you go to a store, you'll see like a certain brand dominates an entire area because there's no other brands there. It's just theirs.
They're renting that.
To a large
they're renting
degree,
that
that's
shelf
how
space.
Winn-Dixie and Albertsons works with Frito-Lay or Coca-Cola or Pepsi or whoever. They sell the shelf space to them.
And they got to come in every day and fill it up and fluff it up and stock it up. And
Well, this is I maintain all of this. I do the shelf stocking. I do all of that. It's just the easiest way I can. It's a farmer's market without calling it a farmer's market, I guess.
Yeah. Are you considered a cottage industry seller then at what we would call down in the U.S. a cottage industry? I can sell direct to a customer in Louisiana here up to $30,000 worth a year without having to be registered and all that kind of stuff.
Exact same thing. Yeah,
Okay.
Exact same thing.
Okay.
So, but anyways, I just had to pop in because I had to give Bob a hard time.
Oh yeah.
And, I've got this one. I've got to get finished. So I'm going to say goodnight to everybody, and I'll just keep you running in the back.
All right.
Thanks for popping in, James.
All right.
See ya.
Take off, eh?
Bye for now.
So there's the insight.
I like that idea of for the display.
Answering the question
It's
here.
patented.
So, Bob, you're saying you got your website and everything back? Everything's
Yep, everything is. Well, they never had my.
Thanks, Grayson.
My bewares. They never had any of that, but they just had my all my social stuff, and my.
Did you ever go in to check all your moderators and approved people on YouTube? Okay.
Yeah, all that's fine.
Well, good. I'm glad that happened. I mean, I know JC went through that same kind of thing, and he got most of his back. I was hoping you were going to be as fortunate.
It was just a pain in the butt. That's it.
Oh, I know.
So
I guess the moral is change your passwords regularly.
And don't
click on links. Don't click links.
Don't click on other people's Google Drive that you don't know.
The blessing and curse of modern technology. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
You think yours was a something you clicked on, or are they?
Yeah, I know it is, because it was somebody wanting to basically sponsor our stream is what they disguised themselves as, and we had actually shared emails back and forth a few times, and then they said, well, I'm going to send you over the media package so you can see the 30-second spot you would have to run. And video files are large, so when they sent me a Google link, it was not unusual, and I clicked it and it was a Google Drive, which is normal, and it said 30-second media spot, and I clicked on that and downloaded it, and then they had me. And
oh man,
that was the end of that. Yeah.
Now, did you see the file extension on it? Like .exe or anything? Because one of the videos I was watching, they said it's disguised.
Well, it was in
file.
It was in a zip file, yeah, and it was video file. So
they'll tell you it's a video file, but when you click it, it's actually a .exe file, an executable file.
it ended up being. It looked like it was a screensaver when I clicked it, and that's it got me that way. So.
But now you got something to protect you on that, don't you?
Yes, I do. Thanks to Lee. Lee is my technical savior.
So what is it you're doing now different?
Well, I had a virus protection on my computer, that was recommended to me a long time ago from a computer builder, like a shop. And so I've always used that AVG, and it didn't pick it up at all. It didn't block it. It didn't do anything. I scanned it. It didn't pick anything up afterwards. And Lee had Norton 360, and he had an extra key code because, you got the Mac Daddy with like 5 different accounts on it. And he sent me a link to download it. And it picked up 76 different viruses from that thing. So it got them all blocked and quarantined and everything. So good to go on that front. Changed all passwords, all my 2FA, all that's changed. So we should be good to go. And in all the years I use
PC-Matic on everything.
I've been using a computer since BASIC, right? Atari 400, Atari 800, Commodore 64, OG computer user, and this is the first time I've ever had something like this happen. Yes, he's the OG. He's the Mac Daddy, the Daddy Mac. I just ran into somebody from South Carolina on in Bradstream a little while ago, which I'd never met before. So he's been asking me questions about the sugar syrup. So
yeah, DC, it wouldn't have stopped him from downloading it. But the thing I like about Norton, when you download something, it scans it as it's downloading. So it'll automatically quarantine it if it detects anything before you can actually open the file.
It will put you in check. And if it would have started trying to do anything vicarious, it would have blocked it as well. So
I think what you're talking about before is Lee has a new business model though here as being a yard stream engineer for all those people that want to start their new.
So y'all be watching your emails for that invoice that we're going to be sending you.
$29.95 an hour, right, Lee?
Sound pretty good to me.
I tell you what, it's
worth
worth it.
Man.
I was about to say I could
does a
charge
lot
him
of
regular
work.
crane rate.
Yeah, the thing he does. I mean, I'm lucky to only have to speak. I mean, I can find stuff and click it, but all of the banners and all that stuff, all that Lee did. I don't do any of that. So
He makes it look easy.
well, I think we make it
that.
look easy because he's not talking that whole time that I'm running my mouth.
That's
right?
what I was telling Tim earlier. We kind of work good on that part because you do the talking and I'm doing all the tech side that I like doing.
Yeah,
There's the engineer and the color commentator. That's what you all got, right?
that's right.
And Bob is colorful, let me tell you.
Sometimes my language is even colorful. But yeah,
I think that's
Speaking of color, when are we going to see that award-winning ribbon?
oh, Paul's
The honey.
Paul's honey ribbon.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, okay, he's going to get it.
Bob talking about colorful language. I think that's why. I don't
Well,
know.
Natalie can't come on our streams.
Yeah, I was trying to think of Dawn's name. I couldn't think of it. That's why Dawn was kind of hinting around. Natalie, don't come on.
Yeah, well, maybe eventually. But hey, you know what? We've had Grayson on and other people. You play to your audience, right? So if we have an adult audience, then that's fine. But if we have a younger person on,
There we go. Do you have an applause there, Lee?
I actually don't think I do.
I'm live.
I got an awe.
I gotta say, I'm pretty proud of this ribbon. So what can I say?
oh,
You
it's
should be.
second place ribbon. He gets an offer. Second place is the first loser.
There
What was
no
the category?
but there was no first place given.
Yeah, so
So this is top honors.
that's it. So he did. Yeah, we'll give him that. I'm just poking fun at him because he
You
always.
know
trolls
why?
everybody,
It's
too.
because see this smudge right here on the glass?
Right.
That cost me a blue ribbon. Yeah.
So why was there no first place given?
I guess I didn't meet the criteria. The total
because there was
the
criteria wasn't met, like on the gal that I interviewed.
So no one met the criteria, is what you're saying,
right?
Yeah.
And the reason why, and the card that they gave me back, was there was a piece of lint on the outside of this. There was a smudge on the glass, and you have to submit 3 identical 1-pound bottles, and one of them was underfilled at this rim level right here.
Oh man!
You could see light through it. They put a bright light behind it, and you could see light under this rim, so it wasn't all equally filled.
Dang. Have you seen an uptick in your sales?
I got about 30 pounds left if anybody wants some.
Oh.
Let's see. I happen to have some of it right back there.
Yeah, you even got one of my
little
Array reserve wine bottles, don't you? Yes,
I've got one too. It's in the other room.
Yes, you do. There's my Miel de Ray de Louisiane.
Bob is just jealous. Nah, I didn't even enter the show.
Which means golden honey in French. It's nothing fancy, but that sounds better that way. That's Miel de Ray.
Yeah, sounds good. I just don't think the bottle will ever be open, though. It'll probably just be a display bottle there.
Next year you could break the glass off of it. It'll be crystallized. And
well, you didn't see. Did you see the bottle? Lee, I think you saw the bottles I gave to the speakers, right?
Were they crystallized?
Yeah.
The bourbon bottles.
It looked like a special reserve.
Yeah, I'll go grab those.
Oh, you should have got a Kraken bottle and gave it to Ian.
I like the other bottles that he did, though, for the speakers. They look really nice. All right, Sebastian, we'll see you Saturday.
Yeah, I was going to give one to Ian and to Richard Noel, but they couldn't take it on the airplane because
it's just about 35.
That's cool.
Ale Hive, Single Hive Select.
Nice.
Louisiana straight raw honey, so it's numbered bottles.
Now, do you sell a lot in that?
No.
Like that? I'd be curious how that would sell, though, being
my brand inside the wooden stopper in the top.
Now, how much honey's in one of those?
2 pounds.
2 pounds, okay.
So
it says on the back, over 50,000 young ladies worked tirelessly for months to capture the delicious floral flavors from countless wildflowers found in the hot and humid floodplains of South Louisiana.
So you
and selected and extracted from a single hot beehive affords one the unique taste in this small batch, unblended, non-heat filtered elixir known as Ale Hive Single Hive Select. It's liquid sunshine in a bottle.
Now, did you come up with that rap jingle?
I can't. Well, I did my research at what was it, Total Wines and Spirits, and at our Rouse's here. I went and looked at their liquor counters and took a lot of pictures off of their bottles and tried to match something like that.
You could probably sell those. Are you getting $10 a pound down there?
Yeah, pretty much.
Probably sell 2 pounds for $30 easy, like that. Being in the decorative bottle and all that.
Yep. Well, the bottle, and label, and the cork and everything ends up costing you. I'm getting feedback from somebody. I don't think it's me. Let me see. Nope, I'm muted. But the bottle, the label, and the cork and everything ends up costing you over $5. So.
Yeah, so you'd make $5 extra. You could probably sell it for even more. You get Tim on his laser to craft you up some nice wine boxes.
Yeah, can you laser engrave a bottle like this? I don't know.
Oh yeah, I engrave whiskey bottles all the time.
And you could get a nice custom wood box for it, and sell like Dom Perignon, $100 a bottle.
It's just a nice novelty.
You get your bottle like that, got a skull inside of it.
Cool.
That's what some of my mead goes in.
What your mead goes in?
$5. That's like 200 Canadian. James said. Is the Oh, so how long with the mead? How long does it take for it to actually clear up?
Fermentation, you probably looking a couple weeks, and then it's best if you rack it off after it ferments, and then it'll start clearing out faster.
How many times do you rack it?
Generally, I rack mine at least 3 times.
Mine is still cloudy looking, but it's got the yeast in the bottom where the sugar, the silt in the bottom of it.
Yeah. Now, if you were to rack it off into another container, the rest of the stuff would start settling down in it. Because if there's any yeast left in there producing anything, that's going to cause stuff to rise up. Any little bubble is going to bring up any so-called trash and make it stay cloudy.
But it will get pretty clear just by the fermentation process ending, right?
It'll start clearing up some, but not very much.
Because it said to leave it in there for a month, and that would be the 23rd of this month before that would actually be done. So
I'd have to look at my notes. I made mine take a couple months. I started in August or September making that mead that I brought to the conference in January.
All right, so I'll check this kit.
But once I racked it off, then I let it set for like another 2 weeks, some more will settle, and then I'll rack it off again.
Well, I don't have one of them fancy schmancy racking canes like you have.
Well, it's a lot like honey. You got to let it settle before you bottle it, otherwise you get stuff floating around in it.
Yeah.
So I work with a blank.
Yeah, I was seeing that too. I work with a.
He's holding us in suspense.
Charlie's starting to lean back there. He's starting to take that lean. Here he goes.
The gangster lean.
It's 11:30. I'm about ready to head out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to head out too. Hey, and Tim went for 4 hours tonight.
Yeah, we've been on for a few minutes here.
Well, you start with Ricky Work and end up with us. I mean, what could be better, right?
So how many watch hours you got, Tim?
Watch hours? I have no idea.
All together on your channel.
Oh, okay, on the channel. Oh yeah. Let me bring it up here. Find it.
I've got almost 1,000.
I'm at over 3,700.
I'm up to about 86 minutes myself.
Yes, I got a lot of watch hours. I just need to get the subscribers base to match it. But those are going to start dropping off next week. I'll hit the 1 year mark for my posting videos next week.
After
so some
tonight,
of those hours will be dropping off.
Dropping like flies, yeah.
Hey, Bob. James finally finished his message there.
I work with a meadery, or else I drink way too much and then have nothing to bottle. That's what I'm gonna have to do. I've got to buy some bottles actually, which means you got to buy the bottler, you got to buy the corker, you got to buy.
You got a bottling machine there already?
Yeah. What do you mean a bottle? I don't have a bottle. I just need a racking.
I'm just saying you got your little conveyor.
You got
it might taste a little like swarm lure.
But that new $2,500 honey bottler you got should be able to handle anything you want to put in a bottle, though, right?
1,500, sir. 1,500. And then I looked at like Cayman Sawenti that cost probably $5-6 grand for that one.
That was 9.
9 grand?
1,000. That's a lot of 1 pound bottles of honey, buddy.
But that's not even the automatic one. I mean, it is automatic, but it doesn't have like the turntable like the license would.
It doesn't have the turntable with it. It was $9,000 for a turntable.
You could get the license one for what is it, 5,000 with the turntable.
5,000. That's the one I was looking at.
Mine's automatic. My wife hands me another bottle. I open that honey gate and it fills it right up.
Of course, to quote the guy, James was with me. To quote the guy from Sawenti, he said, "License is shit." That's what he said at the show. I was like, oh, okay.
I guess it gets lost in translation a little bit, huh?
He'll give me 1,600 Canadian. That's like $14.95. $14.95. It's still sitting over there too, but I've got some more honey to spin out, and then once I spin it out, I'm gonna do a video on using it. I just didn't want to have to clean it. So,
Well, guys, I'm going to break off. I got to get on a plane for Colorado at 4:00 in the morning, so I'm going to have to drop out of here.
Yeah, I think we'll probably call it a night. I think we've got as many people live here as we've got watching. So,
Yeah.
All four of us.
It's been fun.
Oh yeah.
I appreciate y'all joining me here.
Yep. Thanks. Y'all have a great weekend. Have a great
It's
week
been
next
fun.
week.
Y'all too. Be careful.
We're going to be
Y'all have a good one.
on Saturday.
We'll catch you on what time is that Saturday? It's
3
early,
o'clock
isn't it?
Central.
3 o'clock Central. Okay.
What's at 3 o'clock in the morning?
9 p.m. It's going to be 9 o'clock p.m. for Sebastian, though, in the UK. That's whose channel we're going to be on.
Oh, okay.
He's 6 hours ahead of us. That's better than the guy we had the other night from New Zealand. He was 19 hours ahead of us.
He was on the whole next day.
So when we started at 7 o'clock that night, it was 2 o'clock p.m. the next day for him.
So,
Going
anyway, guys,
international.
I'm gonna hop off. Thanks, Tim. Congratulations again. And Charlie, chat tomorrow.
Yep.
Charlie,
Nothing,
chat.
nothing special. Just
Hang out.
everybody come on in and have a good time.
Sounds good.
Nothing special, Charlie. Every stream is special.
Yeah, no guest speaker or anything like that.
Ian's
see,
favorite Trek, man. Ian was on ours, and then he was on the stream team. Then he was on Brad's tonight. So in the last week,
See,
he's
I
been on
I forgot to drop a link.
Yeah, well,
All right, well, I'm heading out.
Time to do another nighttime in the bee yard for Bob, right?
No, I'm going to bed, bro.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, heading that way.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Night, all.
Good night, guys.
Have a good one, guys. Thanks.
Good night.